Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today. Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
We are experiencing an outage impacting all services in multiple markets. Please know we have crews working hard to get the issue resolved as quickly as possible.
We're sorry for the delay. Your call will be answered in the order it was received.
That's how my last hour went. That's what I was hearing for the last hour. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's been crazy. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Cameras are all messed up. All right, we'll make do. Welcome back. Thank you all for being here. Let me turn on the seats. Looks like those are working now. Let's see if we can get some chat going here. I hope you guys got a break. Because I did not. I scrambled. I grabbed my generator out of the basement. I ran and carried it upstairs. Carried it outside on the front deck. Grabbed some propane because it's a dual source. I like to run it off propane, not gas. Grabbed some propane, fired that thing up after doing the oil check and everything. Ran extension cords, powered up all my studio off the generator. Powered up everything. And I'm like, yay, we're ready to go. Only the internet wasn't working. And that was on the ISP side. So I've been on the phone with the ISP trying to get things sorted out there. And we're going to go back to where we left off, by the way, because we can. Let's see here. I don't know where we left off exactly. We'll find it. We'll find it. So I did all that. And then a good friend of mine sends me a text and says, let me just show you the picture. Okay. He sends me a text, and it looks like, if I can get this to work right, it looks like this. That's not working. It looks like this. And he says, do you want this at your house? And I immediately, because it's a massive spider, I said, nope. But then he sent me this picture, and it's a beautiful curio cabinet with curved front. And I said, wait, I thought you were talking about the spider. Yes, I just loaded that with my boys and carried it in. Waiting for the internet. And then the internet came on, and it was, yeah. So we got a cool curio cabinet, courtesy of the mayor of Farmville. Thank you, former mayor of Farmville, moving to Maine, getting rid of everything. So, thank you. We will accept your awesome donation of a curio. Why is nothing is working? Chat not on screen. I've got to do everything manually here. All the IP addresses are different here, so we'll get it fixed. All right. Katia, I need you to do a good job with the internet this afternoon. We can't have any more dropouts. No more of this. We're on it. Our crews are aware of the problem. No more. All right. Okay. We're back. Let me bring everything back up on our live stream the way we were going, and you guys tell me if I missed anything. Let's see. We want to go to 3. Audio on.
We don't even know. You know, Hayes said he found it in the closet. Remember, we kept asking people where you found the shirt. Where did you find the shirt? No, I did. He just said I found it in the closet.
Was the shirt?
Was it hanging up? Was it in the dirty clothes?
We're going to fix the audio here real quick.
No idea. But again, there's a shoe. Nobody's butt. So, going back to no evidence on the 3rd or the 4th that she had those things on. I mean, it's her own clothes with her own blood on it. And there is evidence, remember, because she broke the plate and that she actually had a cut on her finger. That's in evidence. So there you go. But They didn't take that initiative that you have to when you're investigating somebody for murder. Take the initiative to say, hey, this shirt's got blood on it. When's the last time you wore it?
Is that audio okay?
You know, let's document where we found it. Let's take photographs of it before we pick it up. Let's do those simple tasks. But they don't have the initiative.
Don't have the
Who
initiative.
knows? I don't know when the last time she wore it was. Put this in. You'll have it back there. I tried to cut and paste using paint. Didn't come out too good.
Blue
But
shoes,
I just know
t-shirts.
what it says. These are
I
the
know what
blue
it
shoes
says.
and the T-shirt saying that is the blood of Melody Farris. You know, fine. It's her own clothing. It's her own blood. And her fingers cut. We don't even know when she had it on. Also, they sent off some towels, if you recall. Very limited testimony regarding these towels, but they sent off, it looks like 26 was the package, so A, B, C, D, E, F, sent off 6 things. 1 white towel, 5 white washcloths. 2 of those, or all of them, it looks like A and E didn't pass the test. It says 2 presumptive tests for blood did not produce the same result. And the GBI testified that basically they did a preliminary test on it, and they do it twice, and it gave different results. So they said, well, at that point in time, we can't tell you that's blood, so we're just not going to test it anymore. The other items that they sent down there were negative for blood. Now the barn. The bane of my existence, that nothing was really done in the barn other than Lieutenant Stewart. And, you know, I kind of feel bad for him, kind of like I do Hayes sometimes, is he just got told to go out there, but to his own fault, he didn't take any initiative. And yet again, when you're investigating a murder, you got to have some initiative. Because he took photos, but asked him about Blue Star, all that. He said, I wasn't asked to do it. And one thing is good, going back to Lieutenant Stewart, he works in the courthouse now, so I see him every day. And, you know, I was even talking to him this morning. But at the end of the day, it's like, you got to do your job. Whether or not I like you. Lindsay and Allison over there, every day. Talk to them almost every day. See them every day. Most of the deputies in this courthouse. But I tell them the same thing. If you're going to charge my client with murder, then you better take some initiative and actually investigate. So the barn. They took photographs of the barn. That's it. That's literally it. And we had pointed out, and I'll switch the slide in a second, just because we were going through, and I'll kind of lay the framework for this, what we did is our staff, who they got here late, and so they did not get a seat, are standing over there, 2 of them. Now,
What?
they had to go through and print out every photograph in color in this case. One folder that is from July 15th has 2,006 photographs of it. And we had to print, and that's one folder. There's probably almost 3,000 photographs taken in this case in total. So we printed all of those out, and John Luke sat there listening to interviews, flipping through photos. And then I started going through and flipping through photos. And then we started noticing that, Scott living in the barn, and he's a 30-something-year-old man, probably not going to be very clean. It wasn't too bad, but his living quarters, pretty nasty. Dog feces all on the floor. Not the cleanest. I'm kind of a clean freak, so I pick up on that. But what was curious to me, a 30-something-year-old single man living in his parents' barn, that bathtub and that sink are spotless. And law enforcement took no initiative to say, okay, this is kind of weird. The rest of the house ain't too clean. Why is this absolutely spotless? And also, there's a magic eraser in the bathtub. I mean, at a minimum, could have blue starred. What if he was washing off blood?
I think
Well,
that's just a good advertisement for
Because they
Magic
don't have
Eraser.
initiative. Same thing, you'll remember, or you're probably wondering, like, why in the world are they putting these in the photograph? And I don't have it on a slide, but you'll remember downstairs in the barn, I think Mr. Fogus put in some, and I put in some too. There's that drain, and there's a water hose running over to the drain. We actually took close-ups of it. No blue star at all in the barn. And they had, they can't use the old, it's expired excuse, because they called Monet out there, and I asked Monet, did they ask you to go out and Blue Star's barn? What'd she say? Nobody asked me to. The bullet. This is just more for my own curiosity why I kept asking these questions. And the answers were kind of shocking. We know the bullet on the right. We know who found that. That's the one from in the basement. That's Kuykendall. He found that. But the one found in the rib in the burn pile, of who found it? Dr. Gooding, remember her, she was the actual anthropologist. She said she found it. Now, before she testified, Detective Westbrook testified. If you remember him,
I don't
kind
know.
of bigger man with the beard that we put in the photographs of Melody's car. He said he found it. Sally Sims, the coroner, who made herself a witness in the case somehow, she said she found it. And then everybody's favorite investigator, Shaw, he claimed he found it. It's just puzzling as to, what is supposedly a critical piece of evidence in this case. And you've got 4 of your own witnesses being the person who claimed to find it. I mean, that is simple. That really the easiest thing you could have done. Because who saw it first? Documented, located, bullet, rib, done. But they got 4 people saying that they're the one that found it. Just doesn't make any sense. Like a lot of things. This is the GBI, the ballistics report, saying that it was a 38 bullet as found in the basement. And you'll see the way they differentiate it. 38 bullet basement floor, and then 38 bullet jacket. That's the one from the rib. When it says bullet jacket, that is the one from the rib. And that one is in evidence somewhere. I think it's probably in here. So you can actually have that back in a clear case where you can actually look at it. And you'll also have, and I'll just talk about that while we're here, you'll also have what's called a bullet comparison sheet that Mr. Fogus put into evidence with Ms. Bagwell with GBI. And what that shows is you'll see the comparison of the bullets. A lot of it probably won't make sense. But if you look at it, and from her testimony as well, you'll see that basically from the bullet in the rib, she based a lot of her assumptions off it based on the bullet in the basement. So the bullet in the rib is burned up, and I said, how can you tell what kind of bullet it is? And she said, well, I'm making the assumption that since the bullet in the basement is a Hornady brand, according to her testimony, I'm just making the assumption that the bullet in the rib is a Hornady as well. And I would say assumptions isn't reasonable doubt. It certainly isn't beyond reasonable doubt. You'll also see things like the weight of the bullet and stuff like that. They're both very, very different. But y'all will have all that back there to look at. Next, we also learned that 357 Magnum can shoot a 38 special bullet. Pretty well uncontroverted. There's plenty of evidence about it.
Yep.
And you'll also, when you're looking at this document, you'll see that the GBI, they gave a list of possible firearms from the bullet comparison. And most importantly, she says this list is provided as only an investigative lead and is not intended to be an all-inclusive list. So short answer is, it's a 38 bullet. What kind of gun shot it? We don't know. But it may be some of these, or some like these. Now, bullets, these are what Scott had in the barn and in his bedroom. The one on the left is actually from his nightstand. And what kind of bullet are those? Those are 38 special bullets. 38 special, 158 green, lead round nose. American. And I also heard Scott talking about, actually he said it, Chris said he didn't own a handgun, never did. We know that's not true. But he's got this many 38 bullets in his immediate realm, so to speak. That's a lot of 38 bullets for somebody that doesn't have the ability to shoot a 38 bullet. But he did, because we know from his own testimony, he had a 357 Magnum. Now he claims it was stolen, and we'll get into that in just a few minutes. But, so that's a lot of bullets for somebody that ain't got a gun. Now what did he say? Well, somebody bought those over. Who? No idea. When? No idea. I mean, bullets fairly expensive. I'm not going over to somebody's house and leaving my box of bullets. yet again, just doesn't make sense. Missing 357. And I call this, you saw that next slide, the magic gun. We'll get into it, but I want to talk just real quick about Scott's missing 357. So, John Luke had introduced these with Scott, and it was Scott Defense 97 through 100. And you heard John Luke questioning him about where was your gun stolen and all that. He said it was down in Columbus when he lived down there. House got broken into, remember? Guns missing. They called law enforcement. So, all right, we got a stolen gun. You know, your gun gets stolen. You obviously report it because, you know, I don't want my gun being used in a crime coming back on me years later or days later or whatever. So, he claims to have reported it. So, we asked the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office give us all records. I believe it was between a certain year time frame regarding a 357 Magnum, other firearms belonging to Scott Walker Farris that were reported stolen. We are requesting copies of any incident reports 911, and we asked for that to be between the years of 2008 and 2015. And Muskogee County Police Department, from the sheriff himself, Scott 98. In response to your open records request submitted to the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, please be advised that the Sheriff's Office was not able to find information requested in your details you gave. Therefore, there are no documents that exist. So, Columbus is a big town. Had to call my buddy Cody, because he's from Columbus. Actually, I asked him what county it was, because I didn't know. So we found that out from him. Then we went to Columbus County Police Department. Sent them the same records request, 2008, 2015. Good day. There are no records in our system for Scott Walker Farris. I did check our jail system as well. No records. He sat on that stand and told you, under oath, that his 357 was stolen. So what is more likely? That his 357 was never stolen, or that two law enforcement agencies lost the records of a stolen gun and a burglary that he claims to have happened. Now the magic gun. This,
here we go.
I have been on this case longer than anybody. Longer than all. I've outlasted every prosecutor. I don't even know what number I'm up to now. I've been on it longer than John. The only person who has been involved in this case longer than me is Hayes and Miss Farris, and then me. And this has infuriated me from the get-go. And I have waited for 6 years to get to stand here to talk about this gun and this absolute nonsense that the sheriff's office took hook, line, and sinker from that man's mouth on July the 5th. The magic gun in the basement. So what did Scott say this gun looked like? That it looked like that. It was chrome, it was a snub nose, he didn't touch it, he didn't take it out, it was in some kind of a holster, but he could see what it was. Remember, he didn't want to pull it out because DirecTV guy's there. And I would also tell you you'll have back the the text messages that Gary tells him to come over, the DirecTV guys coming. Now you can read those and use your own common sense and reason. I can't tell from those text messages because Gary actually tells him, come here, I need to show you something like SSR, whatever it is. And then they talk about DirecTV guy got pushed back to 2. And it almost seems like in those text messages, he's having Scott come over just to help with something that he's actually there. Not Scott's version where he's having to go over there to let the man in. So you'll have it, you'll read it. It's just a little something to think about. So that's what Scott says is that he finds, or he goes to look for. First he finds, tells no one, and then he goes and looking for it on July 5th. So it's in the basement. Now Martha Jane, she'd stay for the end. What did she say? Looked something similar. She actually said she couldn't tell what color. She didn't know what color it was. Now Jenna, that was out of the blue, got on that stand and said, August 2024, over 6 years later, here comes Jenna into their office and says, guess what? I saw a gun too. And that's what she told the investigators. And they actually made her, and it's in evidence, you'll have it back there with you. If you'll remember, we actually put it in 3 different photographs of guns and said, pick, what gun did you see? Wanting it to be that, to corroborate Scott and his lies. But nope, they can't hold it together to do something like that. She picks a completely different looking gun, wood handle, black, and that's what she said that she saw. And we'll get to the locations here in a minute. Now, Chris, on the other hand, yet again 6 years later, he hops up on the stand, and guess what? He's seen a gun too, but he didn't see it in Purcell Lane House. He saw it back in Alpharetta. Remember, it was just laying on the kitchen counter, and he's never told anybody, and he took it and he put it up on top of the refrigerator. And what did that gun look like? We don't have a photograph of it because it's not in evidence. But he said it was a silver gun with an ivory handle. Ladies and gentlemen, what I would propose to you, what that is 3 people trying to corroborate one. The problem is they just don't have the capability to hold it together because it's a lie. You know what Mark Twain said, that you don't have to remember anything if you just tell the truth. The problem is when you're lying, you've got to remember the details of what you're saying. So Jenna knew to say it was a revolver. She couldn't remember the color. Couldn't remember the handle. Chris, same thing. He remembered the color, but he got the handle wrong. He also got the location wrong. He said he saw it. They moved to Purcell Lane in 2013. So it had to be before 2013. Chris never told law enforcement in all of his interviews, sitting there talking to Hayes and Kuykendall and Pope, never said anything about this gun. Jenna never said a word in over 6 years about seeing a gun in that basement. Martha Jane, yet again, she's got her own slide. 2019 to 2024, 5 years, 2 law enforcement interviews, nothing. And Scott telling law enforcement within minutes of arriving on July 5th. Remember what Chief Deputy Pinion said. He's literally just walking down the driveway to the house to get things checked on, and here comes Scott. And then he said, he changed the conversation, and he starts talking about a missing gun and affairs, and pointing the blame at his mama. Immediately. And you heard it from Amanda too. Amanda gets there, I'm going to check on that gun. You don't even know what's happening. You don't know where Gary is, supposedly. You don't know that might be a gun involved. You don't know anything. Why are you looking for a gun? Frankly, also, why are you these kids? Your dad's missing, and let's go through and let's look for his wallet. Let's look for guns. Let's see, where's his credit cards at? You got Emily days later trying to access bank accounts. Pope had to go out and freeze all the bank accounts. Took all Amanda's money, hadn't done anything. Nobody accusing Amanda of anything. But all her money got frozen too. Remember, because I think she said it was about $800, and that's all she had. Now, yet again, when you're operating under a lie, so you got to remember where things are. Scott said in the left-hand photograph, that's where the gun is. That's where he saw it with the DirecTV. Jenna, knowing it was the basement, but can't keep it in the same place, puts it over there in that thing. I don't know what it is. Armoire, whatever. Basically, it's on a whole other side of the basement. If you remember, you'll have those photographs. The Scott location's up by the sliding glass doors behind the couch. Jenna's location is over essentially behind the bar. 2 different locations. Now, here is my whole point of law enforcement buying this whole magic gun theory from the get-go. Oh, and also, Scott saying it was a snub nose. What does every human being that knows anything about a gun think when you hear snub nose? 38. That's just the first thing that pops in your head. 38 special, all that stuff. That's what people think about. So he was very clear in saying it was a snub nose. He didn't say it was 38. He said it was snub nose, and he gave the color of it. But what has hurt me since 2019 is the fact of this. So, who stores their stolen murder weapon in the living room of the victim? So let's see what they're wanting you to believe, because Ms. Frankish talked about, they're going to meet their burden, and I'm going to send you down rabbit holes and get you not thinking clearly about the evidence. This is their evidence, right? Their evidence is Scott located a gun in the basement. That gun is corroborated by Martha Jane saying that her gun was stolen, right? Because they're similar in the slide I just showed you. So they're similar. All right. Now, what intelligent human being, if you're planning to commit a murder, stores your murdering weapon in the living quarters of your victim? That is the most asinine thing I have ever heard. If I'm going to murder someone or shoot someone, I'm going to keep my gun close to me, in my part of the house, in my purse, in my pocket, in my car. I'm not going to store it in my husband, according to them, that she despises, behind the couch that he sits on and watches TV, where Scott claims that he sits and watches TV. What sense does that make? And that's why when you're talking about reasonable doubt, it says in there, in that law, common sense. Because you can't, there's no way that the state can explain that away. What, Mellie's just so stupid she didn't know where to put a gun? If that's what you want to believe? That's ridiculous. This whole magic gun, it is the biggest farce I've ever seen. Bot Zone. Just briefly, he did the CPAP machine, the Dell computer, all that stuff. CPAP machine, he used an open source, which just means free, program to interpret the data that he extracted from the SD card taken out of the CPAP machine. We had asked him, was that program approved by the CPAP manufacturer? No. Did you do any testing to make sure that the data coming out is correct and you can actually prove it that it's correct, verify it, when it comes out the other end? And he said he didn't do that because he had to essentially just dump all of the information into the program, and that's what it spit out on the other end, all the dates and the usage and all of those things. So remember I asked him, I was like, why don't you just take July the 1st, plug it in, see if the data comes out and matches, then you've got it verified that this program's actually doing what you would expect it to do. And he said, well, I can't do that. I have to do it all at one time. So essentially we have a non-approved or tested open source computer program to translate the raw data from the SD card. So you can't determine the accuracy of the translation. Even Box couldn't say that it's correct, what he was testifying to. He can just say, here's what this program that's not approved says. Also the trail camera. Scott admitted to deleting the trail cameras on July 5th during the middle of the search for Mr. Farris. You didn't hear any evidence.
They're not liking
Scott
his testimony.
Telling law enforcement in any of his questioning and interviews or anything like that about deleting the trail camera. You just heard that from the stand while he was testifying. But talk about the trail cameras. So that is 12/12/75/2018. That is Scott. He admitted that's him. Amanda also identified him. That is him walking up to the trail camera. Now, what you may be wondering is, how do we know that that's when the photographs were deleted? Well, we know that because there is essentially a way to print out the photograph to where you can get the data, call it metadata, call it whatever you want, of each of the photographs that were on the SD card. The two relevant ones, you see on the top one, Scott walking up. And it says deleted at the bottom, deleted true. That means that it was in fact deleted. So every photo before Scott is deleted. And then he's picked up on trail camera at 12:16 and it says deleted false. He's walking by covering his face. So he essentially deleted it and then got picked up walking by 4 minutes later. Now, what was his excuse for that? Well, just searching for my father. I think a gun's missing. I'm worried about his safety. Need to check the trail camera and, I just always delete photographs from the trail camera whenever I go and check it. In the middle of searching for your father. State's evidence. All right, state's experts. Dr. Gooding, Pope, and Atkinson. Gooding was the anthropologist, Pope was the fire lady, and Atkinson was medical examiner. So Gooding, remember I told you this would come back up. Best we can tell, or best she could tell, is that bullet found in the rib is somewhere around those black arrows. And remember she said, and this is important I think, their own evidence is saying that bullet is front to back. Right? Front to back. So, first off, the body got to the crime lab July 7th. Claims of projectiles on the inside of the rib. So, remember as Dr. Ayden explained to you, bullet's going. Their expert says that bullet is front to back. That is her expert opinion. Fine. Dr. Ayden said we accept that as a fact. If that is a fact, that bullet is here. It is lodged in the soft tissue in between two ribs and did not enter the body cavity. Therefore, that bullet could not cause his death.
I have something to say about that bullet when we get a minute.
Claims trajectory is front to back. Dr. Gooding didn't know if the projectile lodged in soft tissue is from the front or the back, but says it's a sternal rib end. And so that's when I asked Dr. Ayden about what is sternal rib end, and that is the ribs that are connected to the sternum coming off at the end of the rib. In the front, if you remember from his testimony, I was able to show him with the little hand on the PDF. Yet again, Gooding couldn't tell, and none of them could, tell me about any vital organs. And what Dr. Ayden said is you can't say it hit any vital organs, and that bullet, if it went front to back and it's right here, it didn't go into his body cavity. Also, most importantly, Dr. Gooding found no damage to any bones by projectile or otherwise. So there is no evidence, according to the bones, really, or the soft tissue, there's no evidence of saw marks, cut marks, knife marks. No evidence to the rib where the bullet is found, lodged in between the two of them. It had not been damaged. And there's no other damage to any other bone other than thermal damage caused by the heat of the fire. So, looking at it from the state's case, they want to say that Gary Farris was shot 2 or more times. Right? If that is the case, he shot 2 or more times and not a single bone in his body that they can find was damaged. Now this is Dr. Pope. That's just a little snippet of her report because I just wanted to read basically her findings to you. She said that that's easier if I just read it. The fire that burned this victim's body is consistent with a single burn event where the fire was set and left to burn as a slow rendering fire. And then for some reason it says in parentheses hours. That remained undisturbed until discovered at a crime scene on July the 5th. The duration of the fire was less than 24 hours old. You'll remember from her testimony, she made that assumption based upon how hot the fire was when law enforcement arrived on July 5th, somewhere around 1 o'clock or so, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever that is. Now the important thing is, that 24 hours. I also wanted to point out, so it's post-testimony that Gary's remains are in that state of cremation, being on the burn pile 24 hours or less. Okay. You remember from those interviews you were hearing where Kuykendall and Hayes are talking to Melody saying that we've seen people come out of house fires. We've seen people die in collapsed house fires, and they don't look that bad. They're not burned up like that. According to the sheriff's office, they don't even believe their own expert. Because she said it happened in less than 24 hours. And not a house fire, an open pit just laying there burning. And also, no accelerants. No gas, no alcohol, no nothing. Now, the reason that 24 hours I've always thought was curious. So, if the fire was 24 hours old, 24 hours old when they arrived on July 5th, 1, 2 o'clock, that means that the fire had to be set less than 24 hours or less before. So that'd been 1 or 2 o'clock on July 4th. Common math. Actually went over that with Pope, and she agreed. Because I do remember. I was crossing here and it was 1:09, if you'll recall. I was like, it is 1:09 p.m. right now. 24 hours ago, it was the day before at 1:09 p.m. and she said yes. So 1 or 2 o'clock, law enforcement's there. Fire's less than 24 hours old. Well, at 1:54, Melody is an hour away on the 4th of July, verified at Lake Lanier. So we know that it's about an hour or more on a major holiday to Lake Lanier. Amanda said traffic was horrible. Getting in was horrible. Also know Melody went to Target, had to go buy the chair. We don't know exactly when she left, but through the state's expert, it seems like less than 24 hours, unless you just want to say, well, less than 24, maybe it was 10, maybe it was 5, whatever. Use your common sense there. But if you put it around the time of 24 hours when that fire was started, according to their expert, Melody's in Lake Lanier. She wasn't even on the property. And that is verified by that receipt. That is verified by Amanda. That is verified by Cameron as well. That Melody wasn't at Purcell Lane, that she was at Lake Lanier. Now, Dr. Atkinson's report, you'll see, this is basically the summary of the findings that Dr. Ayden was referring to. I probably should have put it up when I had it. But it says basically you can't find entrance wound and unable to assess direction of a wound path. And like Dr. Ayden said, a wound path is a bullet going through bone and muscle and tissue and subcutaneous fat, being able to track the path. Now, Atkinson was the whole copy and pasting. I'll get to that in just a second. But he couldn't say what organs were damaged again. Remember, I asked him, did he die of blood loss? Did he, was his heart hit, lungs, liver, all of that? He says he don't know. They want to blame everything on the fire. Dr. Atkinson couldn't say to a medical certainty that Mr. Farris was alive when he was shot. He did not want to answer that question. And if you recall from his testimony, he started giving this big long spiel about how I was like, no, you answer my question. Can you say to a medical certainty he was alive when that bullet entered his body? And he said no. And that corroborates what Dr. Ayden is saying. Dr. Ayden, complete honesty, was like, I'm not saying that you can't say that this is a homicide, but I'm just saying being academically honest with, I think his word, is I can't say that it is or is not. And when you've got is or is not, then you've got undetermined. And when you can't tell me to a medical certainty a man is alive when a bullet entered his body, then how can you say honestly to a medical certainty that a bullet killed him? And you can't. Dr. Atkinson couldn't say what rib the projectile was lodged in. He actually knew less about the rib and the bone than Gooding did. And the reason why is because he just copied, and he admitted to it, he copied Gooding's findings directly from cut and paste, directly from his report, her report, into his report. He never went out to that scene. He's putting things in this man's autopsy, talking about it was found on a burn pile, and here's what we did, and all of these things, saying that these things are factually true. But he didn't go there. He didn't do any of those things. He's basically taken somebody else's work, hadn't proven that he's actually, verified it, other than just who she is, and just said, this is true and correct. I'm going to say it's a homicide. Dr. Ayden, I've talked about it so much. Remember, he just said, look, I think actually what he said was, I'm not going to say it's crazy, to say that y'all have listed this as a homicide. I'm just saying, y'all haven't showed me, excuse me, y'all haven't showed me, and he had everything, all the, he went over all the reports and everything, y'all haven't showed me to where I can agree with you to a medical certainty. He's like, I'm not going out there, I'm not putting myself out on that limb. Dr. Atkinson, he wants to put himself out there on that limb, be my guest. But Dr. Ayden was not willing to do that. And you heard, I think he said, 3,000 autopsies that he had performed, been a medical examiner for 40 years, still practicing, got his own consulting business, all of these things. He's got all the credentials, in the world. And he's saying, no, I'm not going to go out on that limb. based on these facts. And that in and of itself is reasonable doubt. Other witnesses. Ms. Frankish wanted to talk a lot about Addison and the text message to Melody, because that means that on July 3rd, Melody was planning on killing Gary. There's absolutely zero evidence of that. There's no text message, phone call, search histories, where there was any planning or preparation on July the 3rd. In fact, you'll recall Addison and Chris come out to the house. They come out to the house on the 3rd. She had just landed. Addison actually says they left, and then sometime later she texted Melody. And Melody didn't say, no, you can't spend the night. She said, how about tomorrow? And in fact, she did spend the night the next day with Cameron. But also with Addison, and the whole reason I called Cameron, y'all are probably like, this kid don't know nothing. But she did prove one thing. Addison, who is Chris's daughter, who was interviewed a year later, who testified that she's only hadn't had any contact with Melody, but had contact with Chris essentially through her mother, because that's how she had learned about the death and all of those things. But she made it seem like when they got out to Melody's house that Melody was not wanting them to go outside, didn't let them go outside, making them go get a bath way too early. You saw the text messages. It's 8:30 when she tells them to take a bath. They sneak out of the house, go get in the hot tub. Now, what's important, what Cameron actually establishes is Melody wasn't acting weird. Melody wasn't restricting them to go outside. That they went up to the barn. They went and looked at the horses. They went and saw the animals. They looked for Gary, and both of them confirmed they were down in that basement, and they didn't see any blood or any bullet. Nobody did. Nobody did on the 4th or the 5th. Anybody that was in and out of that house. Oddly enough, the last person, best you can tell, is the last person to come out of that basement is Scott before law enforcement gets there, looking for his magic gun that nobody's ever found and that nobody's seen. He's the last person to come out of that basement. And then the bullet is found. Chief Deputy Pinion, we've already talked about him. Him and Scott, he's just trying to see what's going on, and he's got Scott in minutes throwing Melody under the bus. John Lambert, that was really just to show the weird dichotomy, because Scott and Chris and Emily wanted to get on the stand, or did get on the stand, and basically say, oh, Daddy dearest, I loved him so much, I miss him, I can't believe this. While at the same time, you got Chris robbing him blind, him actually saying he was stealing, him admitting that he had used his bank accounts because he had the account numbers and all that, which is illegal, and he was doing it without Gary's permission. Gary actually texted him and said, your stealing has got to stop. Scott texted Melody saying, is he gone? Wanting to know if Gary was gone so he didn't have to do anything anymore. That is not, those aren't the text messages of somebody who, you truly love this man. No, that was just their bank. And he was getting ready to cut them off. So Lambert, that weird interaction, he said, it wasn't fisticuffs like Mr. Fogus likes to say. It didn't rise to that level, but he said it was just weird. And then Scott making the statement, can't wait till you're gone so I can get this. Or something to that effect. That's weird. That's not the statement of somebody if you love your father. Dave Thomas, yet again, showing Scott's aggression. With the whole, Miss Frankish, she got up here in her opening and was saying, well, Scott's dad was dead and he had a right to be upset. And then she said, his trailer. That ain't his trailer. That's not his property. That is Melody and Gary's. He wants it to be his, but it's not. Just like they want the money, they wanted the house, but it's gone. They wanted everything. They acted like it was theirs, but it wasn't. And Miss Frankish bought right into it, came up here and told y'all exactly that. He's upset his dad died. He's got strangers using his trailer. It ain't his. The owner of the trailer was standing next to it with Dave Thomas when he comes up acting like a nut, then chases him halfway over to Forsyth. Martha Jane.
Be nice to Martha.
She's known about this case since July the 5th of 2018. I'm almost July the 5th, 2018. In the middle of this trial, she called law enforcement and said that I have to tell y'all something. Melody stole a gun from me in 2019, and it was a .38. And when did she say that? After, and you'll have this back there with you, after she admitted to it, after you watched this man on YouTube
right
commenting over Rusty's testimony. And the title of this video? Did I just crack the case? Because that man said, and I asked her, that's where the gun came from. The next day, she is on the phone with Captain Hands telling the story about how Melody stole her .38. There is no evidence that she ever owned a .38. They got some .38 bullets, but also just to show you, those are Winchester, not .1 The .357 that her husband owned was still there, and it also shoots .38. So it makes sense that you could also have .38s. But there's no receipt. There's not a photograph of this gun. There's her words 6 years later saying that she's got a gun. Now she sat on the stand and said, well, law enforcement never asked me about no guns. Yet again, July the 5th or the 6th, she knew Gary had been shot. And you don't think that might be relevant then? It only becomes relevant when a little man with a YouTube channel tells you that it's relevant. And she admitted to that. She also admitted
I love that I live rent-free in his head.
She was furious at this affair that she found out about, essentially on live television. Now everybody in Tullahoma knows it. She said she got to hang her head whenever she goes. Rusty destroyed the Barton name. And I also asked her, you believe that a mother should always protect her children? She said, I do. And I said, when you saw John Luke and I crossing those witnesses, you were furious. And that's when Mr. Fogus started his objections about let her finish her answer. Let her answer. She's 85 years old. She might be 84 years old. She might be 84 years old. But she came up with this lie because of YouTube and this trial being on television. That's the only way that she came up with this. She wants to talk about, Miss Francis wants to talk about, her picture is in the dictionary next to the word credibility.
He saved it for last.
She has no credibility. She watched this whole trial. She knows everything. She knew to even say what color the gun was because she can go back and watch Scott's testimony. What does she do? Yet again, can't get the color right. She got the holster kind of right. She can't get the whole thing because you got to remember stuff when you're telling lies, and it's hard. And I'm sorry, when you want to show up in the middle of a murder trial, 6 years later, 5 years after you discovered a gun being gone, and your excuse is nobody asked me, and it doesn't become important until 2-3 weeks in, that's the definition of no credibility. And especially when you can't even prove to me that she owned a gun. And, she's got an excuse for that too. Didn't like guns, she moved it all over the house, blah, blah, blah. Show me something. They got nothing. I'll go on for more, but I got to hurry. How long have I going? Okay. Real quick, motive means opportunity.
So welcome to our latest subscriber.
Motive, they want to say it's money. All right?
Attorney, good to have you here.
Melody had access to money. You've seen the house. She could buy whatever she wanted. Here's where they messed up, though. It was with the financial accounts. You'll look at those. You should have them back there with you. Gary had actually added Melody back on as a life insurance beneficiary in 2012. That's around the whole Ted Wiley fiasco and her leaving in Alabama and all that. She added him back. Here's where they messed up. They did not prove that Melody knew anything about the existence of life insurance. There's not a single witness who has said Melody knew about the life insurance policies, that Melody knew that she was a beneficiary. In fact, you heard from their own witness, Martha Jane. She said Melody didn't know anything about their finances. She didn't know where the money was. She knew that she had a debit card and that she could use it, and a credit card, and that she could use it, and that Gary tracked her. But she didn't know anything about other than that. She didn't know anything about the life insurance. She didn't know anything about the 401k. She didn't know about the partnership stuff, though, because she called and asked about it. But that's it. They want to say that money is the motive, then you might want to establish some evidence that the person who's wanting the money even knows the money exists. The only thing that Melody knows about money existing in this trial that is a proven fact is a receipt in her car with $11,000 in the bank account.
What's this guy's name again?
So with that,
What's this attorney's name?
Just go ahead in there so John Luke can do his part, but that's the confirmation bias. And that's what it looks like. You remember I talked to you about that in the opening. Confirmation bias. They got their beliefs and they leave all these facts. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to find Melody Farris not guilty of all these charges. Mr. Weavers,
Michael Ray, thank you.
after a break, we'll be talking to you next. All right, let's take try to keep it 5 to 2 minutes.
So we're going to skip through this break. Wow, Mr. Ray, didn't know you were such a fan. I can't believe you you saved me to last. That's what you wanted to close on? I did nothing. Mr. Ray. All I did was say the thing that looked obvious to me that I thought the prosecutors were about to ask. Because it was the next reasonable thing to be said. Because she also testified. Hang on. We've got to go back just a tiny bit. I missed that one. He's attacking me like I'm the bad guy. This is the funny thing. He's attacking me like I'm the bad guy. I had no idea Martha Jane was watching their channel. Zero idea whatsoever that that's what was going on. But he wants to attack me because he can't attack the issue. He's like, little man with a YouTube channel. And he's frustrated as all get out. And I have to laugh. Wow. Okay. Guilty for thinking out loud. Maybe and he keeps saying, what's the name of the what did he title the video that she watched? Did I crack the case? No, I did that afterwards. That was the explanation afterwards. She watched one that said Georgia v. Farris, day 9. That's what she was watching.
Call from.
Tell you what, Melody's unsubscribed.
Donnie.
This guy's in love with you, but do you think Melody's mad at you?
Yeah, I don't think Melody's pretty happy. But
does she? I'm saying she's out, right? Do you think she's watched? I mean, after all this, do you think she tuned in for a little bit to see what you're all about?
I don't think so. I don't have that big of a head. I doubt it. I think Donnie, I have to teach you how to turn your volume down in the background. It's driving me nuts.
Oh no! You're right up to my soundbar. That's the problem. I just bought a brand new soundbar.
Okay.
So good.
The judge took a peek at the channel and didn't like the counter, and I felt bad about that, so we're not doing any more counters today. But
is this the most beef you had in a courtroom without being in a courtroom?
No. Maya was worse. I think.
I just can't stand the little man. If they really know how big you are, you're a pretty big dude. That would just kill me. Like the little man. I can't get that out of camp.
I had no intent in getting involved in this at all. Zero. That's not my thing. Right. I've said that all along. But the fact that he's attacking me for what I did, all I did was say, I think I know where the state's going with this. I think they're going to say,
opinion.
And I had no clue. Opinion. I have not seen any of the discovery. I haven't done anything. It was just like, this makes sense. The state is setting up an argument to say that Martha Jane's...
I'm just curious, being that the defense manipulates and, because every defense is defending somebody that's guilty, even if they know they're guilty. Do you think that, because these lawyers are good, do you think that he might turn it around and be like, you do know this old lady? You think he could be like, well, it's possible he knows the lady? You know how they manipulate things?
Maybe. She was on a trip and I was on a trip and we drove past each other opposite direction on the freeway sometime. I cannot imagine. I've never been in the state. Like,
yeah, I just can't.
For more than just driving through the freeway. I've never stopped.
If you stood next to this little lady, it'd be the funniest thing. It wouldn't even make sense. You and this lady together. It would be the hilarious thing. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Donnie. We'll see you. We're about to start again. Let's see who this
call
from.
Mary.
Hey, Mary. This is Scott. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm going to make this quick. You should change your name to Little Man in the Corner, and everybody, it'll be a hit.
We're going to come out with a little item of merchandise that has that. But my name's what it is. I am who I am.
I know.
This case does not define me. But it's funny.
My gosh, it's all your fault. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mary. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
What drives me nuts is that he's attacking me for what I did. I literally just made a guess at what the state was about to say next. That was it. And he's attacking me. It means that what I said is very bad for his case. But not just what I said. The other evidence that came out because I said that is very bad for his case. That's why he's attacking me. And so the harder he attacks, the more it looks like, oh crap, at the last minute, something came out and now we're screwed. That's how it looks to me. That's what defense is doing.
Weaver, go ahead.
Okay, let's get part two.
Mr. Frankish, Mr. Fogus. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're already halfway through a long day, and I'm going to try to be as quick as I can. You've heard my partner, Mr. Ray, speak about a lot of facts in this case, but I want to speak to you now about the gravity of the situation. What we're here and what we're asking you to do and why we're asking you to do it. You are a jury, and you're well aware of that. And I think Michael mentioned my books, and this is a book I got on my first day of law school. It's the Constitution.
I thought he was going to plug like one of his own books. You can buy this on Amazon.
There's an amendment, the 6th Amendment to the Constitution, and it's been in place since 1789. And it is the 6th Amendment. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial. I think we've given them a public trial. By an impartial jury of the state and district where the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and the cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, back then it would have been him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. That's it.
It's gone into lecture mode this morning.
That is the bedrock of what we're doing. And it has been here for a very, very long time. I told you back in jury selection that I was only looking for my client 12 fair, impartial jurors honestly seeking the truth. And you all swore that that was you. And you have sat here very diligently and you have paid attention and taken notes. And we've all noticed the effort and time that you've put into this. You have put in weeks of your life. You have missed time from your families, your jobs, to be here for this very, very heavy, important moment. And I also told you you had another job. And I don't have my PowerPoints. I go with literally what you guys are going to have to work with. This is the charge that the judge is going to read to you once Ms. Frankish is finished speaking in this case. And your one job was to hold the state, and that's my job too, is to hold the state to their burden of proof. What is it? I'm just very clearly and succinctly going to read it to you, and then we'll talk about it. And I'm going to talk about some other elements of doubt that I think we should discuss, and I'm going to sit down, and the defense of this case will be over. We're going to leave this to you, the jury, who is the most important group of people here. And I want to know. And I want to know this. I've been meaning to tell you this for weeks, and I can't tell you this. My client, you may notice that she does everybody else in the courtroom. They rise for you. They rise for the jury. We don't. Here's why. You are a jury of her peers. You're her peers. We're on the equal footing. The judge sits above us all as he represents the law. and we are all under the law. So when the judge walks in, the bailiff says, all rise, we rise for the judge as the representative of the law that we must live under. But our framers, who wrote this Constitution, and then, I had to go dig this up, because we don't actually use these books much at the office, I'll admit that. The Constitution of the state of Georgia, which was actually adopted in 1983, so it's a much newer document. And it embodies the same principles in our modern time. Now, some may say 1983 was quite a long time ago, but not to me. It embodies it in our real time, in our real life to this day. Because our framers knew the government is, in fact, that's why we're here. That's why we're not part of Great Britain anymore. And almost every, even the modern democracies of Western Europe kind of think we're nuts. They think we're crazy. Because we have 12 people who have no association with the government. And to come in here and decide the facts of a criminal matter, to check the government for that very reason. We left over there because we knew that the government should always be checked. Not just trusted implicitly, with power. So I just wanted to explain to you, my client is not being disrespectful. I told her to do that. Because I so believe that we are equals. We are peers. The burden of proof. The defendant, and still is, by the way, presumed innocent, because this case is not over. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of this case with the presumption of innocence in his or her favor. The presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state, with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. 4 offenses in this case. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of each crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You're going to get this document. This is the indictment. These are the charges. They have to, every page of this indictment, count 1, count 2, count 3, count 5. Every element, every word has to be proven in each count beyond a reasonable doubt. It can't just be maybe. I'm going to slow down.
He's losing them.
No person shall be convicted of any crime unless or until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
If we go back to the first days, I think
there is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever. And the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. So here it is. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from the consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict of the evidence. After giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law. And you must acquit the defendant. It says the word must. But if that doubt does not exist, if your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it is your duty to acquit the defendant.
Fix my buttons. Took that long to fix my
You will be
bristles.
given this. You'll be given a verdict form with 5 counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. And count 5, making a false statement. It is, in fact, a heavy burden. But I contend to you that the state has not come close. Mr. Ray is far more eloquent than me. And Mr. Ray is far more intelligent than me. And his brain works in a way I truly am fortunate to have such a good partner.
Truly unfortunate.
But he found that diagram
unfortunate.
years ago of the stairs. I've always used, I'll come down here and I use the bar. I say, a scintilla of evidence is down here. Probable cause or preponderance of the evidence is somewhere towards the middle of the bar. Clear and convincing evidence, which is not the standard in this case, is a little further up here. And then beyond a reasonable doubt is almost all the way here at the end of the bar. It's not all the way. I'm not saying it is. But I think this case that we have set and listened to, and I think it is, the time was taken as needed to get through the case. For you to see every bit and every element of this case. But here's what I think you have clearly seen. And this is the first doubt that I propose to you. That the district attorney's office and the sheriff's office and all law enforcement involved in this case, from day one, from the early minutes of the 911 call, which let's think who made the 911 call. It was that man right there. He was in control from the very first minute of this case, Scott Farris. Scott Farris was always in control. And the fact that he had to immediately control the case, to me shows
what?
doubt.
Good crap.
And I do believe it is a head
He bring in, is that bags of manure?
When you look at everyone involved, every witness that you've heard testify, and that's another thing you need to know. You need to know that's your job, and you'll be charged on this as well. As a witness, you are to determine the credibility.
Did he literally bring in a bag of crap?
I'm going to read the charge. There's not a lot to this charge, and there's a reason why. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances
That's not deer
of
corn.
the case, including the witnesses' manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. What does that mean? Here's what that means. Here's what I propose to you. From the day we're born, in the early years of our life, we begin to get a feeling when we hear people talk.
Go back to the bag of
Because the
crap.
words coming out of our mouth sometimes aren't true.
Why do we have a
For
BOC
example,
in the well?
if I were to have a bag, and say I told you that this bag was full instead of shoes, it was full of $1 million.
Million?
Well, I'm going to take this half of this $1 million and give you guys the other half, and we're just going to leave. But here's what you know immediately. You know that if I had $1 million in this bag, I wouldn't be standing here talking to y'all. You know that. You have that feeling in your gut. Because you know, you sit there and watch this case, it's a bag full of shoes. It's a bag full of shoes that has no important evidence on it whatsoever, other than the fact that I think Melanie Farris cut her finger at some point and got blood on her shoes and her shirt. I think they've established that.
Why the $1 million? You
And
lost
I
me.
think, and Mr. Ray did a very eloquent job, and I can go on and on, and I'm not going to.
Thank you.
This case has got to come to an end. But when you think about law enforcement in this case, and their response immediately, let's go back to July the 5th. Let's go back to the time that Scott Farris, who's sitting right there, goes up to Detective Kuykendall, who's sitting right there.
Every time he points at Scott, I have to play this soundbite.
Gets in his car
Because he's the guy.
for an hour and begins to tell him the story of the missing gun and his mother's affairs. And in opening statements, Mr. Fogus talked about circles. Circles getting big, smaller, smaller, smaller. And I think circles will be talked about too when we talk about Miss Harris. But those circles were controlled by one man. And that's Scott Farris. The investigation of this case became one-sided in that first afternoon. And I would contend to you everything that happened, and it's unfortunate for us in Cherokee County, for the jury, for Ms. Farris especially, that it was stuck that way. There was never any true regard or respect for the evidence that should have been gathered in this case. You saw it. You had 1, 2, 3 locations on this massive property. You've been there, you've seen it, that were not checked. All of the countless problems that Mr. Ray unfortunately had to kind of wrap it up because we have time limitations on how we've been up here for weeks. We can't continue on. That's your job. You as a jury are allowed to go back to deliberate, and you get to go through every bit of this. And there's going to be some of you that believe this, and there's going to be some of you that believe that. And the judge will tell you that you are allowed to hold on to those beliefs and stand up for those beliefs. It is that standard that gives you the true check on our government. You are the democracy. You are it. We're having an election in a week. Nobody's got to go vote. There is no draft anymore. Some people don't have to pay taxes. But the one thing you got to do, and y'all know it better than anybody, is when you are compelled into jury service, you have to come. We literally saw an individual brought in here during this trial who tried to get out of jury duty. You've seen it. This is the last duty we have.
I missed that one.
It's that important. You can take any fact that we may have talked about, or even things we didn't talk about, and you argue about it back there. I'm not saying screaming and yelling, but if you got a belief, you stay with it. And you listen to other jurors, and you make sure they listen to you.
I want to hear more about not having to pay taxes. I just did that.
But I would contend to you that the fact that Thrasher, who came out of the crime scene, and I believe she testified something to the fact that this was essentially the first crime scene she'd ever been on. And she totally and completely failed in intaking the crime scene in the house. And that complete failure of that investigation alone, I think that's a doubt.
You left your bag, sir. Can't be done yet. Look at the eyebrows. If that bag of crap breaks open,
I think going further
it's going to stink in here.
into that day, and the fact that this investigation was completely veered in one direction, and that's to Melody Walker Farris. So much
The lead
was
suspect.
left, and that's part of what you've seen in this case. We've been attempting to investigate this case because we ultimately feel that it wasn't. We believe that the complete ignoring of the barn is absolutely, it's just despicable, for lack of a better word. And because they never even looked over there, they never even used Blue Star or Luminol or intook any of those things, even though there were some clear signs that they maybe should have. Gary Farris's card was over there.
Yes, it was.
Scott Farris's bathtub was perfectly clean. They're there. I mean, Michael Ray told you. He told you. We had all those boxes that sit back there, and y'all, I'm very analog. That's the way I am. So we had all these pictures, and I'm going through all these pictures for months and months and listening to all these interviews, and you guys have gone through most of those things. And sure, I got real frustrated one day. Michael's told the story, but I'm going to tell the story to you too. I think you need to know. So after going through this for weeks, preparing for this trial, hours on hours on hours, count hundreds and hundreds of hours preparing for this case, I finally threw up my hands. My paralegal will tell you. Sometimes I throw up my hands and I'm out. Michael says, "Where's John Luke?" I don't know. So I have to go pick up my family's prescriptions at our local drugstore, and I go over to the drugstore. And there is this little, she's young. I think she's 17 years old. She loves to read. But I walk in and they're redecorating the drugstore. This is a drugstore that's been owned by one family in our hometown for about 70 years, Jasper Drugstore. So I go in there, get my prescriptions, and she's like, "John, what's wrong?" So I tell her,
attorney-client privilege.
And she looks at me. 17 years old, redheaded too, unrelated. 17 years old, she looks at me and she says, "Mr. Weaver, sometimes the greatest questions, they go unanswered." I mean, literally. Ton of bricks. The second she said that to me, it finally cleared it up. Because I've been running around trying to solve this case for 4.5 years. That's how long I've been on it. Mr. Ray was on it longer than me. But because it is not answered, that's a doubt itself.
It's got 3 bags of crap.
I want to talk about a lot of the evidence that has been shown about phone calls and sexual relationships with Rusty Barton and the grotesque amount of time that was spent by the district attorney's office proving a point that was proven very quickly. And that's that my client had extramarital affairs. But also evidence was shown that so did Gary. And they were in an open relationship. They lived on separate parts of the house. And I thought Amanda was a truly fascinating witness. And it's kind of sad that we had to call her. I think she's the only child that is impartial. She literally just looked at you guys and said, "This is y'all job. I believe in my mama unless or until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt." And I think Amanda is such a credible witness because she also testified she was with her mama the day of the 4th. Nothing was out of place. And sure, they were texting and they were calling. And you see all this back and forth bickering all the time between them. And that's the Ferris wheel the moniker that has come to be in this case. And I know we are all sitting on top of the Ferris wheel and we just can't wait for that ride to let us all off. That's y'all's job. And we're going to get there. But all the drama and all of the infighting between the siblings and the affairs and the relationships that have gone on. I mean, the affair started in the mid-2000s. You got Angela Phillips back in the 90s, who may or may not remember if she had sexual intercourse with Gary. All of that insanity. That's their life.
You have to put that in there.
But it's not motive for murder.
The jury has the keys to the Ferris wheel. Nobody's getting off yet.
So much of y'all's time into Because they don't want you looking at this. They don't want you looking at what they didn't do to get to their burden. But let's go back to those phone calls the night before. Let's go back to the timeline. There's something that's absolutely bizarre to me. We did not find out until, I think it was last Friday, when Commander Harris testified. Gary Farris went to dinner, we think, by himself the night he was murdered. We don't know. We'll never know. He was at least alive until 9:30 something. When we see the dot moving. If the science is true.
How do we know that?
But sure enough, he went to dinner. They never thought to go get a video of that. Let's go up there and interview somebody. Maybe he was with somebody at dinner. We'll never know.
His phone went to dinner or he went to dinner?
But I continue, that huge glaring hole in the timeline right there, I'd say that's a doubt.
The guy mouthed Melody. I think it was Melody. I think he said, hold on. Oh, he's getting another bag. I'm gonna go back and watch that guy in this gallery. I think he said it was Melody.
Scott had been out at the lake all day. Golfing, laking. And there was a lot of testimony heard about that and the life and the dynamic that he had on the farm. He referred to the farm as his.
The guy said it was Melody.
He referred to the farm as his property.
How many bags do we have now?
I mean, his sister even called it kind of comical. But you saw, and you'll get to go back through any of those you want to go back through and see the communications between Scott and his father. What really was happening was that Scott was a grown man who had every second. So whatever they're saying about Melody has to at least apply to Scott. He was completely controlled by his father financially. He's the guy. Bring me back that credit card. Where's my credit card? It better be in my wallet when I get back. Over and over and over. It's in the messages. You've seen it. You can go see it again. So that financial motive alone and that control, wanting something that's not his, I think that's a doubt.
Oh. We recognize this walk. I don't know how many bags he brought. This would be bag number 5. I'm curious if it's manure. What kind of fertilizer this is.
The timeline of the phone calls. You will have seen from Commander Harris something regarding activity in phone calls. But I think that you guys have enough common sense to know, and this is just some things we saw, that other days and other times you went back and extrapolated out over a year, sometime back in 2017, and we clearly saw that there was more activity the night before a baby shower in Nashville than would be alleged for Melody to have shot, killed, moved, and burned Gary Farris. This is no easy task. That's a doubt.
This is, I think, bag number 6. Yeah, I want to see this in the transcript. Defense attorney throwing crap on the floor.
all of the weapons that could have been used in this case, all of the bullets, the means, the ability, they started talking about those circles. They started zooming in on one person. And it's not Melody Farris. It's Scott Farris.
Because he's the guy.
All of it. But I think it starts to become clear why I'm doing this. Why am I dropping these bags? These bags are 40 pounds apiece. I've got a few more bags to go. But I want you to know that it starts to become very impossible when you add this up, that someone who weighs 120 pounds can move this. That is a doubt in its own right. But there was a person on the property who could. And that's Scott Farris.
764 for me. Sure soft
Today.
pellets plus.
Because he's the guy.
Ayden, if you could come assist me. Both of them, please.
She's emotional about the bags of salt.
No.
He's gonna make her carry it? Okay, the only thing that is funnier about this playing out in court is the fact that he did this same thing in his office late last night. Okay, he's got going for 4 bags in this one. It's a tight fit. Santa Claus, he is not. Oh, it's moving the podium. If only he could bear this bag dorsally. This commodious cloth receptacle borne dorsally. Just like Santa Claus, that would be great. He's filling the aforementioned bags. Now he's got eight bags, 160, 300. It's up to 320. 320 pounds.
This is 320 pounds. I am 185 pounds.
Looks like you skipped leg day.
And that's all I have. I think it is
Need to spend
the
less time
heaviest
in the
down of
office.
all
Maybe hit the gym.
that they have provided you with no means, plan that this could have ever happened by Melody. They have established there was tractors on the property and RTVs. But as my client,
He's out of breath.
or as my partner very clearly laid out to you,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's really heavy,
As
guys.
my partner very clearly laid out to
It's
you,
really heavy.
they didn't do their job. They've provided no way that you could have done this. They didn't check the boxes. They didn't fill any holes of doubt. The state of Georgia has put my client under grave suspicion. That is exactly what they have done. They have put on her grave suspicion, the most grave suspicion of all, and that is murder. But the doubt, I contend to you, absolutely exists. I'm sorry I had to do this demonstration, but they didn't. They didn't show you what 300 pounds truly feels like. I'm not saying I'm the strongest person in the world, but that is as heavy as a thing as a person can move. And I'm almost a 200-pound man. No explanation has been given, and I keep bringing this back.
Little man in the well.
The grave suspicion that they put on her, these affairs, calling Rusty, all of these things. And I want to note about Rusty as well. Let's note a few things, and I know you've listened to it and you saw it. Pope, he threatened to arrest him. He threatened his own warrants against him, the death penalty. Bugged my client for over a year. No confessions. Her own daughter has lived with her for years and years and years. No confessions. Now I want you to know this too, and it's a charge that the judge will give you. My client does not have to testify. She didn't. She chose not to testify. And we talked about this in jury selection, that you wouldn't hold it against her, but the law is clear. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. Because again, the burden never shifts to us in the defense. I feel like there's been so much time that we felt like we're trying. I'm trying to get you to see the side of the story that was never investigated. I feel like we've been able to do that, but we didn't have to do that. This decision in this case is everything for Melody. Melody has had to live under this grave suspicion for 6 years. But now is the time that 12 fair and impartial jurors, a jury of her peers, can finally give us answers. I'm not saying that you guys can ever answer what happened that night. The greatest questions, I do believe, they really do go unanswered. And in this case, and it may be some of you as it was me that day. Very frustrating. You want to figure out what happened. But it's okay to know that you can't. And I contend to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that because you can't explain what happened that night, they have not proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I ask you to please hold to your oath and find my client, Melody Walker Farris, not guilty. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I liked his closing. I still am going to mock that
All right, we're going to break for about 30 minutes. We may go. I haven't gotten word that food is here yet, but I directed them to have it here at 12:15, and so I may be closest to being on time that I have been for the last 4 weeks.
We're gonna phase that out for just a minute. We're gonna skip ahead because we can. I think it would be really funny if the state got up at the beginning of their second closing, and the lady just picked up both bags and moved them off to the side of the room as if nothing had happened. That would have been just the cherry on top for the state. Let's see. Let me go back to the beginning. I do want to show you this really quickly. We'll turn the audio off and jump to this. If you watch it in reverse, the bags drag him to the podium. And he loses. So I just thought that was funny. All right. So, I'm sorry. It's been a crazy day with the internet going down and everything else. But we're about to jump back to court. Let's start this playing. I think everyone's going to stand up for the jury right now, except for, of course, her peers. Her peer, the jury's peer, Melody. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Melody was the only one who didn't stand at the beginning of the trial. And then her attorney decided to join her in staying seated. Why? Because is he one of the peers? Why was he the peer? Mr. Ray, welcome to the channel. Sounds like you're you've spent a lot of late hours watching the channel on the rewatch.
All right, go ahead.
Did they leave the bags up there?
There was one thing that Melody Farris was very good at, and that is betraying everyone close to her. I went through testimony of her children in this case, even Amanda. She tore our family apart. Mom became hostile, aggressive, demanding money. Even Amanda said, there was manipulation. I should have been more angry at her. And Chris Farris, when he was asked, how do you feel about your mom committing this crime when your daughter was possibly at home? I think it's sick and twisted. He didn't say, oh, I don't think she would do that. These are her children. But as you sit here, she is trying to blame them for this crime. Those are her kids. Let that sink in. She has thrown both her sons, a son-in-law, under the bus for this crime. The murder of her husband, who she betrayed the most. She didn't only take away their father, but she took away a grandfather. She took away a big part of Bern Foreman. But the only thing he was to her was in the way. When she's faced with the reality and the consequences of what she did, the first thing she does, serves up her kids on a silver platter, parades it all around the courtroom. But the evidence in this case doesn't point to a single one of them. This is Gary. He is not a pile of bags of fertilizer. He's a man.
She called it fertilizer. It was salt.
It's offensive to compare man to bags of dirt.
Or worse.
Now the defense wants you to believe she's just the unluckiest woman ever. There was blood found in her home. There was a bullet found in her home. She was framed. It was planted. That's not reasonable. She just happened to also be having a long-standing affair with a man who's searching for wedding rings less than a week before Gary Farris is murdered. They want you to think that's a coincidence? Man, they're in for it, because there's a long list of coincidences if that's the game they're playing. If that's what they're trying to get at. Not only that, but she just so happened to be taking care of a woman who owned a .38 snub-nosed revolver in a leather holster that her son saw in the basement of her home. Another coincidence? No, ladies and gentlemen, that's called evidence. They want you to think there's an individual, innocent, reasonable explanation for all of the incriminating evidence against her. That it's a giant conspiracy. That the gunshot wounds didn't kill him? Use your common sense and reason. Now let's briefly talk about Scott, then we're going to get into the evidence that incriminates Melody Farris. When you think about Scott Farris, think about the manner in which he testified. Think about how he was corroborated, not only by the witnesses in this case, but the digital evidence. The digital evidence proves he was truthful about everything he did that week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And he's corroborated by Martha Barton, because you know what? He didn't know that Martha Barton had a gun, a .38 snub-nosed revolver in a leather holster.
Apparently I knew that.
And a huge piece of evidence. He knew Melody the best. He knew his parents. He knew their dynamic. He knew that Melody never had a credit card. He knew that Melody was angry. He was there when she slammed that plate down and said, God, I can't wait till the day he's dead. He saw that. The day before his father was murdered. He knew that Melody despised Gary. And he would get caught in the middle. He just wanted to bury his head in the sand and be like, let me do my work. Keep me out of the marriage problems. But the second he knew his father was in that burn pile, they want to get on him for taking charge. You know what you learn in the military? To take charge. To take action. That's all he knew. That was ingrained in his mind. We need to call 911. We need to get the girls out of here so they're not traumatized for the rest of their lives. And we need to get to the bottom of this and get to the truth. Let's talk about lack of motive for Scott. He was completely relied. He completely relied on his father for everything. His livelihood, the place he lived, the money. Why would he take that away? He would have nothing left. Melody would kick him out immediately. He also knew, forgot to mention, Melody disappeared every week to go see Rusty. He knew that. One of her motives. And he didn't have access to a .38 revolver or own one. Think about this. Scott committed this crime. There's no way she wouldn't know about it. She was home the whole time. Law enforcement didn't blue star the barn because nobody saw blood in the barn. They blue starred where there was physical blood. No blood found in the barn. They didn't have to. The bullet was in the house. Gary was on the burn pile.
This is what happens when you leave a plate. Forget to take it upstairs. A minor temper tantrum. Of course, I had supper tonight and it was 6 for me, so I'm sure I'll be feeling poorly here within minutes. But we'll see.
Whoa.
There was testimony about
That's Gary's
Gary
voice.
talking about Melody poisoning him. We didn't admit that or get that in evidence because we think he was poisoned. That shows his state of mind.
But you can play it in closing?
He knew Melody would kill him if it came down to it. She's the only one that would have. And he knew she wanted him dead. She's clearly poisoning me. Supper was fixed for me. I'm probably going to feel bad. And that was after her slamming that plate down on the ground in frustration because he left a dirty plate in the theater or his bedroom or wherever. It's not normal behavior. That corroborated Scott. So, this might be because I'm a millennial, but I always read that first line as, do you have my credit card? Because my phone always fixes due to so, and it just irritates me. But read it however you wish. Gary to Scott, do you have my credit card? So you have my credit card. Choose one. Yes. Hang on to it as if your life depended on it. Is that what you tell someone who you want to cut off? No. That's what you tell someone you trust to keep the credit card away from her. He relied on Scott. Probably a little too much for this dynamic for him, between him and Melody. Probably shouldn't have gotten Scott involved, but here he is. He lives on the property. It's natural. He says, okay, and then he says, she makes me go shopping with her because she keeps saying the other card is turned off, her debit card. The girlfriend of her boyfriend, Rusty Barton, sent me several disturbing emails last night. This is in October of 2017. She is spending dime of my money. Either she is spending every dime of my money or she won't spend every, I don't know. Something about spending his money. Things will change dramatically. You need to pursue a job soon. He's not telling Scott to pursue a job because he wants him off the property. He's telling Scott to pursue a job because something's about to go down. He's about to leave her. He's had it. But this was almost a year before his death. Melody wanted everyone to believe after Gary was murdered that Scott was some big, scary dude that everyone should be afraid of because he's got PTSD or whatever, and he's just a big guy, so you should fear him. She even had Amanda and Chad change locks on that house. But if you go through these text messages, which is S. Farris 5, State's Exhibit, it's all their text messages post-offense when they were living on the property together. You know what she did? She relied on Scott. She left him keys under the rug to get into the house, but then turned around and told people he stole stuff out of the house. If that's not two-faced, if that's not malicious. I don't know what is. That's your own son. You don't leave a key under a rug for someone you think wants to kill you or frame you. Or someone you think killed your husband. Oh, keys on the rug. Come on in. One more thing about Scott. Mr. Fogus mentioned the oath we take as prosecutors. It is our duty to uphold the law without fear, favor, or affection. There is no evidence that points to Scott in this case. You don't think if there was evidence Scott did something in this case that he wouldn't be sitting at that table with Melody? Sure make our job easier. I'm not going to indict someone where there's no evidence he committed a crime. Let's talk about a little about the Farris family history. In the beginning of this trial, y'all probably were wondering why we walked through every child's history and experience growing up in all these different houses and states, and what their dad was like when they were younger, what their mom was like when they were younger. Then you realized how far back and how deep this goes. This is not a simple family. This is not a simple case. But in order to fully understand the dynamics of this family, you had to hear all of that history. You know that this is from Emily's wedding. I want to talk about a little bit of build-up to the day of July 3rd, 2018. You've got Ted Wiley, that affair, about 8 years before Gary's death. That changed the dynamic of Gary and Melody's relationship greatly. He totally took her off the finances. He was like, you want to take out all of the money I had set aside for taxes? Great, I'm going to take you off all the accounts. You want to come back and try to work this out? Come home. Leave Ted, who, by the way, was dating Gary's sister for like 20 years before she decided to hook up with him. 2010, he dismissed the divorce that he filed. Martha Jane had her surgery in 2014. Okay? The kid said that things seemed fine between 2010 and 2014. Seemed fine. Martha Jane had her surgery, and that's when the affair begins with Rusty Barton. Emily's wedding was 2 years later. She flaunted that relationship in front of people that night. She didn't care. She had no conservative spirit about that whatsoever. And Gary had to pretend like it didn't bother him that night because his daughter was getting married. It was supposed to be the best night of her life, but you know who couldn't help but make it about her? Melody Farris. Chris testified that Gary was so upset, he said, that's the last time Melody's going to embarrass me. Then you have in 2016, Martha tells Melody about the location of her revolver. You also have in 2016 Melody telling Gary, I hope you die alone and a gruesome death. And remember, Terry Braswell, this was Terry Braswell's phone, and he had her burner phone number. This was a phone she thought nobody would ever see the inside of. She's not saying that type of stuff on her 9029 number. And then Terry says, he's gonna push you over the edge. And she says, I know, and that scares me. I told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. She knew she had no self-control. She hated him that much. September 2017, she gallivants out to Jamaica with Rusty. Meanwhile, she sends her debit card through the mail to Sherry Cooper to run it in Minnesota because she told everybody she was in Minnesota. Poor Sherry, she had some guilt about that. She's like, I don't know why I did that. That was stupid. Don't forget, Melody betrays every person and uses every person close to her for her own benefit. She even, you saw, and I've already mentioned this, you saw Amanda's reaction to those text messages. Oof. She did not like being used like that. Gary receives an email from Christina Grant. Just FYI, your wife and Rusty Barton have been lovers for 3 years. I'll give it. Oh, I'm supposed to black out Miss Grant's email. Sorry. I'll give it to her. She's the only one who's bringing this to light. Everyone else sweeping it under the rug. Christina's like, nah, y'all ain't gonna get away with this. Mm-mm. That's when Gary texts Scott about the credit card. Hang on to it as if your life depended on it. March 2018, Gary sends Melody this text message. Your profligate spending must stop. He says in the middle there, between you, Chris, and Scott, I can't keep up. You treat me like I don't exist, which is offensive, typo, my typo, given how you repeatedly betray me. Gary's in the hospital in April of 2018. Meanwhile, she's telling Rusty Barton he has like esophageal cancer and he's spitting up blood and he's on his deathbed. Even Chris said she made it sound like he was bad. And then he shows up to the hospital and Gary's like, what's that look on your face for? And he's like, I thought you were like real bad. And he was fine. He walked out of the hospital, went back to his Mountain Dew. And that's when he tells Chris, you know, I think Melody's poisoning me. Again, that goes to his state of mind. This was all amping up. He knew something was off. June was a big month, 2018. June 6th, DirecTV comes to the house, and yes, please look at those chats, because Gary says, hey, come to the house real quick. I need to show you the issue so you know what issues when they get here. That's when DirecTV comes, that's when Scott sees that pistol. Again, this corroborates Scott. He could have said, I don't know where I saw that gun. I don't know. He knew when he saw it. He was like, actually, I was looking for a remote, which makes perfect sense. He's looking in drawers for the remote to figure out the TV, for the TV guy. That's completely reasonable and natural. He's opening drawers and he's like, oh, that's weird. A gun that looks just like the one Martha Barton described. June 25th. Rusty searches in his phone plain gold wedding band. And you'll see text messages from Melody to him. Plain gold wedding band, that was their thing. And then Gary's birthday, Jenna sees a revolver. Jenna has no dog in this fight. Her and Chris aren't even together anymore. They don't talk. She has no dog in this fight. She didn't want to be here talking about this. No motive to lie. Then on June 28th, Melody learns about the beach trip, which is supposed to be that Saturday. That's also not a coincidence. Then the text messages. To Emily and Amanda. These are two separate messages that she sent to two separate people expressing how angry she was that Gary got a condo for Chris and Jenna. Not a reasonable reaction. She was over it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity. No one thought these would be the measures. But here we are. Because the next day, Gary's murdered. Again, not another coincidence. Let's talk about her motive. That first text message, I was shocked when Sherry told me you had a boyfriend, but don't blame you. From Terry Braswell to Melody. Plain gold wedding band. That's when he searches on his phone. Rusty does. This note, Crown XO, March 31st, 2014. She made a note in her phone about Rusty's favorite drink. So we know that corroborates the timeline of their relationship. And then these messages on the side here from August 4th and 5th, that's between her and Rusty. That's a month after her husband was found murdered and burned on a burn pit on her own property, who she claims that her son killed. Meanwhile, she's over here, forever, we need us, I need you, all. You don't get more motive than that. Except she had more. All right. This is all the money she would get if Gary died accidentally. Add all those up. Okay, $4.15 million. Now, the defense wants you to believe she didn't know about it. You know what you do know? You know that she goes in his phone when he's not around. You know that she cleans that house. You know she's not stupid. She knew about his profit sharing. She called the office and asked about it. She knows where that money goes. She, again, consider the source. She is going around pretending like She's asking Emily, what am I going to do? What am I going to do if something happens to your dad? They're the ones that stood up here that said his money is her money. We all know that's true when you're married. It's either going to go to her or the kids. Probably all four. Naturally, without a will, that house was hers. You cannot tell me she thought she was going to be broke. It's ridiculous. Afterwards, it was always about money, money, money. Melody was demanding money. She was trying to get as much money as possible. She didn't think that when he was found dead, all the finances would be frozen. She didn't think they found a bullet in his rib either. I was terrified I would be broke. Man, your husband's a millionaire. And here we have it. The condo. This is Hayes 55. Did you talk to Chris about his beach trip? What beach trip? He wants to take the girls down there the weekend after the 4th. Let him take them. I haven't gotten past him standing on my porch telling me he was going to beat me unrecognizable, and then the only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box on the ground. Or that he continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about. She's blaming Gary for that. There is something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with the grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you. Man, he knew his wife, didn't he? July 2nd. I got Gary's phone. He booked and paid for the condo for Chris and Jenna. I'm beyond furious. Amanda, oh, big surprise. Right? Always there in her mom's corner. I had to put the times on this one because this is ridiculous. Melody, did you book a condo for Chris and Jenna? Trying to, trap him? It's your husband. Be like, hey, I got your phone, so you booked this condo. You don't want to talk to me about that? Actually, he did talk to you about it. He invited you on a trip. You said no. I booked one for me and the girls as well. That's how manipulative and conniving she was. And you remember, in Lindsay Harris's presentation, you saw the group chat among Amanda, Gary, and Melody about she was making a photography appointment. Amanda, she invited both of her parents, and Gary said, I'm going to the beach. Melody chats her on the side. This is your time to ask him. Thanks for the invite. Manipulation, conniving, deceit. That's what she's about. Again, these text messages. The top one is a little bright. It's Melody to Emily. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity. This was July 2nd. That's her message to Amanda Farris. This is the last straw with him. All right. I want to get into the timeline of events.
Got some sound bites.
These phone calls. These are all the phone calls that she had with Rusty on the 3rd in the evening. I didn't go before that. We know Chris and Addison stopped by the house in the evening. We know Gary went out to eat and came home around 9:30. And don't forget, John Lambert heard gunshots between 9 and 10 p.m. that night. They talked for an hour and 14 minutes at 11:45 p.m. But they talked for 5 minutes at 11:28. The call in between that is the one to Scott, 11:34, when Scott calls when he gets back home. Because, she has to tell Scott to come home. She calls him and she's like, what time are you going to be home? The horses got out. And I want you to think about this. In her statements to Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall, she talks about these horses getting out. I think it starts like before dinner. And then it starts with like one horse, right? And then for some reason she's still chasing horses 3 hours later, but then it goes to two horses. And then she's like, oh, but then the third one got out after that. Inconsistent. You weren't chasing horses. You were murdering your husband. She had to call Scott because she didn't know what time he'd be home. She had to call Scott to see what time he'd be home. Because then, when she says, well, the horses got out, and he's like, okay, I'm coming home. She's like, well, I got him put up. Okay, then why are you calling? It doesn't make sense. The horses are a cover-up. When she calls Scott, Scott's all the way up there at the lake. She calls him at 10:52. What time are you going to be home? All those calls with Rusty in between. I want to talk about this notification. At 12:24 a.m., the morning of the 4th, so the night of the 3rd, the night Gary is killed, she uses her debit card to purchase minutes on Straight Talk.
Boom, boom, boom.
Y'all heard a lot of testimony. 1, about how she has no credit card. 2, about how Gary would get financial alerts for all of her purchases. Lindsay testified, Ms. Harris, testified. This was the only alert that popped up in his email, in his phone, for Straight Talk. That's not a coincidence. She knew Gary was dead. So using her debit card to blast that she has a Straight Talk phone, not a problem.
She said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
That's what that 220 call was about. Now, again, believe what you want about Rusty. We all know he knew more than he came in here and told you. We all know that. We're not stupid. They talked for an hour and 35 minutes at 11 whatever, and then another 35 minutes at 2:20 a.m. But that's all he was willing to give. But that's enough. And you know that that's how it happened because he gave you the context and he told you when that call happened. Mr. Ray talked about Detective Botsong using this open source document or program for the CPAP machine. All right, the date is the 3rd. It ends at 7:48 a.m. That's the last data for that CPAP machine for Gary Farris going to sleep. Now, you got the raw records too. Look at that. Oh, 7:48 a.m. It's the same. the data, the raw data, shows he never, ever went to sleep the night of the 3rd. Now, I want to talk about this map. All right. Got a little bent. All right, see where that dot is? And that's Gary's phone. The morning of the 4th at 6:37 a.m. till 7:21 a.m. Right there at that burn pile. We know Gary's dead. And we know it goes from the house to the burn pile. You'll have that with you in the jury room. And then it goes back to the house. $7:58, $8:21, $9:05. It's back at the house. She's on the phone with Rusty all morning. And you know Scott's location during this time. It's in here. He left for the lake. He was 20 minutes away. The only one home was Melody. That phone was either on Melody or on Gary's dead body. But you know who wasn't there? Scott. And Melody was by herself. You know Rusty wasn't there because she's on the phone with him the whole time. Well, and you heard testimony that he was actually in Tennessee. But also, we know what time she left for the lake. She left 12:47 p.m. She puts that location Amanda sensor into her maps and heads out to the lake. Now the thing about Dr. Pope's testimony in that 24-hour window is she said that that was dependent upon the fuel. And you heard testimony that that burn pile was huge. You know what she did? She lit that burn pile and she left. The 3 calls with Rusty Barton the evening of the 3rd and the morning of the 4th total more than the other 15 calls that they've ever had between those hours. Again, that's not a coincidence. She was freaking out because she just killed her husband and had to figure out what to do with him. You know who she turned to? Rusty. What do I do? Yeah, I'm going to talk about her activity. The 3rd. The 7th, September 7th, 2017. September 30th, 2017. And the 3rd, July 3rd, 2018. Those are the 3 dates she had the most activity between. This is a 1 hour period. 1 hour. From 11 p.m. to midnight, okay? Now, we talked about Jamaica, the one on the 7th. That was probably a David dump, okay? All right, fine. Let's get rid of it. 2. The 2 most active nights she has ever had in a year are gallivanting about Broadway when she's out in Nashville with Chad and Amanda, and the night she murdered her husband. That tracks. That makes sense. That's reasonable. This is also not a coincidence. I want to talk about the money. We know Melody didn't have a credit card. The only card she had was a debit card. And that card is the one that ended in 0078. The one Scott used at that ATM that morning that he got from the house and brought back. Okay, there's that ATM withdrawal. That's the one he brought back to his mom. Even Melody says about Scott, and he has a credit card. I don't even have that. We know that. That 0078 card is her only card. Until law enforcement empties her wallet. That card on the right, ending in 1727. That's the card Gary got mailed to his office less than a month before his murder. That was a new credit card. That's his office address and that Bank of America activity alert. And that's her transaction at Walmart the morning of July 5th, before Gary's remains were discovered. Oh yeah, by the way, the trip to Walmart that she doesn't mention to police ever, that she says she's literally interviewed on the 5th and on the 6th. Leaves it out, says she's just, I don't know, cleaning up after the girls, lays in bed. Why don't you talk about this trip to Walmart? Look, she even activated a phone card. What was so important you had to run out to Walmart that morning? Could it be to restock on cleaning supplies? Is that why you didn't want law enforcement to know you went to Walmart? Or because you spent $450 on a credit card that you didn't have until you took it out of your dead husband's wallet?
Go to the Walmart.
Both.
Wow.
She needed to wash those towels. She needed to Clorox that floor. She bought a lot of soap. A lot of bleach.
Yes, she did.
And we know it was her because she bought wine and showed her ID.
She also got relish.
Let's talk about the
relish
truth of
and
July
sandwich,
5th, 2018.
butter beans.
Melody is actually the one who pointed out Gary's remains to Scott. And yet she's letting everybody galvanize around saying, Scott found him, Scott found him. That's not true. And she knows it. She's the one who told police also that corroborated Scott. I said, hey, did you put a goat in the fire? That was her pointing out the remains to Scott. Because if you don't have a body, you don't get the money. She knew he had to be found. Melody actually knew the night before that the girls couldn't find him. Addison said that. She wasn't concerned. And yet she pretends like the morning of the fish, she didn't know he was missing. Melody only started looking when Amanda got there. She was sitting on the stoop, just like, hey, yeah, they can't find Gary. Okay, well, how long have you known about this? Actually, since last night. Well, that would be the wrong answer. That would make her suspicious. And when Amanda described the events on the 5th, boy, were those vastly different from everybody else's. Thing about it, and what got me was she was like, nobody asked me. Weren't you told not to talk to the police? You were the one who didn't want to tell what happened. So then you live with your mom for 2 years and decide to tell what happened, and by then, you've been completely tainted. Scott testified he went to go look for the CPAP and the gun that he used for duck hunting to see if maybe he's out duck hunting. All those comments about a missing gun, that's not true. He didn't mention that till after he went in the basement, thought to look for that 38, saw it was gone. Then he came up and was like, oh, yeah, by the way, this 38's missing. He didn't mention a missing gun before that. Think about the source of all that information. That's Melody being vindictive and planting thoughts in her daughter's head. On the 5th, when you go back and you hear Melody's statements, on the 5th, man, she tried everything. Scott's health issues, suicide, Chris steals money. Here's the thing. Here's how it went down, okay? I have a picture of an octopus up there. Do you know what an octopus does when it feels threatened? It squirts ink in the water to escape.
National Geographic has entered the chat.
The closer she felt like she was getting into trouble, the more she felt threatened. She started spewing all this ink about her kids. She even talks about Chris Payne. He wasn't even in the state. I mean, she does not care who she throws under the bus to save herself. It is actually insane. And it's such a reach. Scott likes to shoot guns. Okay. Chris takes money. Okay, well, he was in Buckhead, so this is going nowhere. And then the suicide, it's funny because she says, no, he wasn't suicidal, and then when she feels threatened, she's like, oh, well, yeah, no, he used to be suicidal before we got married. Once she realized that the jig was up, ooh, she was frantic. The only person she didn't throw under the bus was Amanda. Because she'll need one child to support her. She just needs one. It's all about what she wants, what she needs. It's not about anyone else. She prided herself on her house and her things. She liked her things. She wanted to keep her house immaculate. She talked about that. She decorated it to a T. Not my style, but, to each their own. And yet, it was pretty dirty on the 5th. Let's talk about the blood. And don't forget that Deputy Riley walked in that house and there was a candle burning by the basement door. It's not a place for a candle to burn. And it smelled like bleach. We've got Gary's blood right there on that basement floor. The defense wants you to believe these are all different sources of different things. That's not reasonable. We've got a blood trail. And it goes from the top of those basement stairs, where that attempted cleanup is, down the stairs, into the basement. See that big bottom splotch? That's those stains right there on the left. That's blood. Those evidence markers that were Gary's blood, right along this trail. That's in the basement, in front of the bar. It is not reasonable to think that there is a legal justification for all of that. That's not reasonable. What's reasonable is that's a crime scene. Because we have a man who was shot twice at least, burning in the burn pile behind this house. To think otherwise is to seek doubt. And that is not your duty. Means an opportunity. They had a lot of stuff. They had a lot of farm equipment. You know who's farm girl? Melody Farris. And she's, you know what? She gets it done. She's determined. She's self-sufficient. And you know what really motivates someone? Getting caught for murder. It wouldn't have been easy for anyone to move that body. Not Scott by himself, not Chris by himself. Anyone would have needed something. And you know what? It's okay if you all think different ways in which she moved his body. One of you could think she used the tractor. One of you could think she used the RTV. One of you could think she literally just got down and rolled him there. It was all downhill, you saw. One of you could think she tied him up like a deer to the back of the RTV and dragged him over there. But he ended up on that burn pile. And a fairy didn't put him there. A murder fairy didn't put him there.
Murder fairy.
No one else. There is no evidence anyone else was on that property. And to think differently is to seek doubt. She was in good shape, people. She had no choice but to move him, or she would have been caught literally red-handed. She's not stupid. That's why we're here today. Now we're going to talk about guns. Scott doesn't have a pistol. We introduced that. She is a self-proclaimed, not a bad shot. She told that to Terry. That means she's shot guns before. And remember, she's a farm girl. And a .38 revolver, pretty easy to shoot. Martha Jane. Ooh, they're mad about Martha Jane.
Yes, they are.
She is, as Mr. Fogus said, God-fearing. She needed to be right with God. She's not going to lie to you. She noticed that gun was missing after Gary's murder. And it's reasonable for her to think that we can put a gun in her hand for this murder. It's reasonable for her to think that. But it wasn't until she realized we didn't have a murder weapon, and she was like, oh, they need my help. I gotta say something. And it was in a leather holster. You know who that gives credibility to? Scott. We know he was shot at least 2 times. These were shot from the same gun. And no, they're not consistent with the 38 bullets found in Scott's apartment. They're just not. And they're not consistent with a .357 or whatever other gun they think may be involved. No. It's consistent with 38 special revolvers. Not .357. I'm going to talk about Melody's lies. She was interviewed by Sergeant Hayes and Sergeant Kuykendall. And when she was told that her husband of almost 39 years was shot, do you remember what her question was? Do you know what kind of bullet? That would not have even crossed my mind to ask. No suspicion. What do you mean he was shot? What? I thought he just, what do you mean? He had health issues. She's not worthy of belief. She lied to them about Ted Wiley. She lied to them about her phone. She lied to them about Rusty Barton, her XO tattoo, going to Jamaica with Rusty, Gary going out to eat on the 3rd. She never mentioned that. Because you know what? She was waiting inside that house with her gun, ready to confront him. She lied about going to Walmart. She lied about how much money I spent nothing. Man, profligate spending? I had to look that word up. Chris booked a beach. She kept saying Chris booked a beach trip. No. She knew Gary booked that. But she wanted to blame Chris. Gary being on his deathbed, coughing up blood. Occam's razor, y'all. The simplest answer is the truth. The simplest answer in this case is where all this evidence points, and that is to Melody Walker Farris. It points to no one else.
She's hitting a stride here. This is really coming together for the prosecution.
This is not a series of coincidences. She was not framed. She's not the unluckiest woman in the world. And again, there is not a series of justifiable reasons that explain her conduct. There's just not. And there aren't justifiable explanations to explain the evidence. July 24th, Rusty says to law enforcement, she told me he's in the burn pile. She's arrested a year later, booked into Cherokee County. They have a jail call on June 24th, and whoop, on June 25th, he recants that statement. Y'all, there's Molly Farris for you. That manipulation. She knew Rusty was her Achilles heel in this case.
Tuesday.
She knew that. She had to shut it down. You know what she was really hoping? This is how she wanted it to go down. She knew the only way out of this marriage was murder. She knew that. I don't know why she thought that, but that is what she knew. Murdering the father of her children. She was hoping his body, being on that burn pile, would be chalked up to a health episode. She didn't think the sheriff's office would find that bullet in his rib. She just didn't. That's clear. She didn't think there would be blood left in her home. She didn't think anyone would be looking for it. She didn't think law enforcement would be all over that house. Well, we found it. And we kept digging, and we found more and more and more. We found out about your affairs, your disdain for your husband, your obsession with money and things and materialism. She never once encouraged law enforcement to find the person that actually did this. She didn't think this is how any of this would play out. She manipulated her own mother to have an affair with Ted Wiley. She manipulated Martha to have an affair with Rusty. She manipulated Amanda to go with her to continue her affairs with Rusty. She manipulated Emily. She would go to Nashville to see Emily and disappear to go see Rusty. She used all of the people in her life. She used Sherry Cooper to see Rusty. She used Rusty to try to get away with murder. She used Scott Farris to try to get away with murder. She used Chris Farris to try to get away with murder. And she used Gary throughout the entire marriage. She had the motive, she had the means, and she's the only one who had those. And she's the only one who had the opportunity. There is no evidence this was Scott. Mr. Fogus told you in opening we had to shrink the world. That's what he meant. And that's what we did. There is no evidence that she had help. That would make our job a lot easier. Her help was on the phone. It was Rusty Barton. There is no evidence it was anyone else. This evidence demands a verdict of guilty. Do not reward this criminal behavior. Do not reward her for almost succeeding in burning up her husband's body, unrecognizable to the point where doctors, forensic anthropologists cannot determine if any organs in his body had trauma. And no, you cannot tell me that there were no injuries on bones. Half those bones were gone. What you know is there was a bullet in his body and a bullet found in the basement with his DNA on it. And a gun that went missing from Martha Barton, who she had access to. She knew where that gun was. Do not reward her for almost concealing successfully the death, the gruesome death of her husband. Hold her accountable. Melody was the only one who wanted him dead. She was the only one who would benefit from him being gone. She was the only one repeatedly betraying him. There are no games here. Murder is not a chess game. It is malicious. And Gary did not deserve this. The last thing he saw was staring down the barrel of a .38 revolver in the hands of his bitter wife, who was constantly betraying him. But this was the ultimate betrayal. Hold her accountable. You are the voice of Cherokee County in this case. You have the evidence to convict her beyond a reasonable doubt. We have proven it to you. And you have it. It's in the form of thousands of exhibits, testimony from the stand, audio, a lot of audio. If there is something you want to see or hear that you can't find back there, you send a note out to the judge. Do not reward her for being a smart criminal. You are the voice of Cherokee County that we do not tolerate this in this county. You do not get to shoot and mutilate your life partner. You don't get to take away the grandfather of your grandchildren. That is not your choice to make. The ultimate betrayal. Gary will not walk through that door. And that's because she took him off this planet. Find her guilty of all the counts in this indictment. The evidence and the law demand it.
All right, I want everyone in the audience to stay where you are. Jurors, y'all can take a 15-minute break, and then I'll give you the charge. That's going to be probably 40 to 50 minutes.
Okay, we can skip that if you
y'all
like.
can stand up if you want to, but y'all stay where you are.
Nobody leave. Okay, hold tight. We're going to skip ahead just a tiny bit. I think we can. Well, let's see. We're going to do 2 times speed on the judge. Is that okay? It's got like 34 pages to read. It's no surprise to anybody. We are now on verdict watch. We're a little bit behind catching up because of the power outage we had here. It's taken forever. There we go. All right.
Collected throughout the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic.
Hang on 1 second. A little further back. All right, here we go. We're back. And we're going to do 2 times speed, right? Hang on just 1 second. Not 2 times, but pretty fast. Speed, how about 1.75? Sorry, Judge. Don't hate me for making you talk this fast, Judge. Angelique, thank you. Her saying he wasn't supposed to burn so much.
Not stay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Melody Walker Farris. Due to the length of this charge, I am attempting to have it in writing and have you read along with it. I've been doing this for some time now. I have concerns about presenting the jury charge to you in writing in your hand. I find it is easier for you to read along with me as I give it to you. There's a movement among judges to provide juries with a written copy of the full charge. There are too many issues involved that I am not comfortable doing that. I do not know which one of you is a high school English teacher and will dissect the charge or my jury instructions. I call it a charge. It's the jury instructions, but we charge the jury is what we call it. I don't know which one of you will dissect the charge and come up with a completely different meaning of it than I intended based upon a misplaced comma. This document is not grammatically perfect. It has errors and uses the wrong pronouns or tense or refers to multiple defendants instead of a single defendant or vice versa. I also like to randomly capitalize words, so to the extent that there are any of those errors, please consider them as the proper pronoun, tense, or plurality. It also has headings and numbering that you are not to consider. But if I don't put that in the charge, I can't keep track of what is contained in it. There may be different type styles, fonts, or sizes as I cobble the charge together from various sources, including the lawyers. You are not to consider anything being more or less important based upon text, size, or style, or font. This charge is to be taken as a whole. It would take another full day, or longer, for me to attempt to get the charge as close to perfect as possible, to give it to you in writing, and then it will still likely contain a mistake. I may even edit this charge as I give it to you. The grand jury has indicted the defendant with the charges of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing the death of another, and making a false statement. You will have a copy of the indictment out there with you. I'm not going to read it to you. The lawyers have referred you to it. I've read it to you before. As I will go through the counts. Count 1 is malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3 is aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. And count 5, making a false statement. I think, Shane, if there's a copy of the... I don't have the verdict form up here. I think we put it on the table.
This is on 1.75 speed. It's very fast.
Yeah.
The judge normally speaks at a much more reasonable rate. We're going to get through this quickly, though.
Anyway, you'll have a copy of the indictment out there with you. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to this indictment. The indictment and the plea form the issue that you are to decide. The copy of the indictment that you have out there does not have Ms. Farris's signature on the not guilty line. That is the original that's in the clerk's file. This copy was made from the original indictment when it was filed. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. Likewise, you should not consider the length of the indictment or the number of charges against the defendant as evidence of guilt. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of this case with presumption of innocence in her favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty of the offenses charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After giving consideration to all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. The objective of this trial is to discover the truth. Members of the jury, it is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence presented. Then you must apply the law that I am giving you in this charge to the facts as you find them to be. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged or that merely raise a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based on the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is either established or disproved. Evidence includes all the testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits admitted during the trial and any stipulations. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, the opening or closing remarks of the attorneys, or any of the questions asked by the attorneys. Evidence may be direct, circumstantial, or both. Direct evidence is that which may be seen or heard, or otherwise directly sensed, such as by smell or taste or touch. It may be brought into court in the form of exhibits or the testimony of direct witnesses to such matters. It is evidence that points immediately to the issue in question. When direct evidence, by inference, points to an obvious, likely, or reasonable conclusion, even though that conclusion was not directly seen, heard, smelled, tasted, or touched, that is said to be circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may infer other related or connected facts that are reasonable and justified in light of your experience. It is evidence that only tends to establish a conclusion in question by its consistency with such conclusion or elimination of other conclusions. Sometimes circumstantial evidence may point to more than one conclusion. The law does not require a higher or greater degree of certainty on the part of the jury to return a verdict based upon circumstantial evidence than upon direct evidence. You would be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether by direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. The parties have entered into stipulations that have been approved by the court, and I read that to you earlier, but I'm going to read it to you again now. In this case, the parties have entered into stipulations that have been approved by the court. The named victim in this case, the decedent whose remains were found on the property of 2155 Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, Cherokee County, Georgia, 30004, on July 5th, 2018, is Gary Wayne Farris, with his date of birth. All the phone records collected throughout the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the Google records obtained through the investigation related to Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. All the records obtained for cell phone towers, AT&T, and Verizon during the investigation into Gary Wayne Farris's death are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. 5. All the digital evidence, including cell phone data obtained, extracted, searched, or analyzed during the investigation into Gary Wayne Farris's death, is authentic. All the reports and any opinions thereof from the GVI, the Division of Forensic Sciences, are authentic and shall be admissible at trial. And you'll have a copy of those stipulations as part of the evidence as well. Where parties stipulate facts, that is the nature of evidence. You must take that fact or those facts as a given without the necessity of further proof. You make all decisions based on the evidence in this case. Where parties stipulate to testimony, documents, or exhibits only, this is in the nature of evidence. You may take that testimony as if it were given in court, and you may rely on it if you find it credible. However, either party may dispute such testimony by other evidence. You make all decisions based on the evidence in this case. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their special training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinion based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witness, expert or otherwise. To impeach a witness is to show that that witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. The credibility of a witness may be attacked by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. The credibility of a witness may also be attacked by showing bias toward one party or another. This may be shown with evidence of specific instances of conduct of that witness in question that may relate to that witness's bias. In determining the credibility of any witnesses whose credibility have been attacked, as I have just described, in any testimony by that witness or witnesses in court, you may consider evidence offered to support the credibility or believability of such witness that shows a lack of bias toward a party. The credibility of a witness may be supported by other evidence, and you may consider such evidence in determining the credibility of a witness. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before this trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. The testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. There is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. Evidence relating to DNA comparison has been admitted for your consideration. Identification by DNA comparison is considered opinion evidence and is governed by the law concerning opinion testimony as it has been given to you. As opinion testimony, evidence relating to DNA comparison is dependent upon many factors. Among the factors are the credibility, believability, and accuracy of the witnesses who were involved with the process of obtaining, identifying, preserving, recording, and maintaining the physical evidence, and upon the accuracy and validity of the testing procedures themselves that were used to form such opinions. All of these issues are matters for you, the jury, to consider and determine. It is for you to determine what weight, if any, you will give to the evidence relating to DNA comparison in your decision in this case. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose for which that evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. Evidence of prior difficulties or lack thereof between the defendant and the alleged victim, or between the defendant and a witness or witnesses, has been admitted for the sole purpose of illustrating, if it does, the state of feeling between the defendant and the alleged victim or witnesses, or the reasonableness of any alleged fears by the defendant or any alleged victim or witness. Whether this evidence illustrates such matters is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine, but you are not to consider such evidence for any other purpose. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. A statement the defendant allegedly made has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary. In order for a statement to be voluntary, the statement must be freely and willingly given, and without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestion or promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the remotest fear of injury is not voluntary. To be voluntary, a statement must be the product of a free will and not under compulsion or any necessity imposed by others. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary, that is, freely and willingly made. If you do not find the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any other purpose. You should consider with great care and caution the evidence of any out-of-court statement allegedly made by the defendant offered by the state. The jury may believe any such statement in whole or in part, believing that which you find to be true and rejecting that which you find to be untrue. You alone have the duty to apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and to decide what weight should be given to all or any part of such evidence. A defendant's out-of-court statement that is not supported by any other evidence is not sufficient to justify a conviction, even if you believe the unsupported statement. This defendant is charged with a crime against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of an act and intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. Intent may be inferred from proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be, in your discretion, inferred when it is a natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a penal statute, but means simply the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute. The defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such intention, or the absence of it, upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. You may infer, if you wish to, that the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are the product of that person's will. A person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make any such inference or inferences is a matter solely within the discretion of the jury. Knowledge on the part of the defendant that the crime of making a false statement was being committed, and the defendant knowingly and intentionally participated in the commission of such crime, must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find from the evidence in this case that the defendant had no knowledge that that crime was being committed, or that the defendant did not knowingly and intentionally commit the offense of making a false statement, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. On the other hand, should you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant had knowledge that the crime of making a false statement was being committed, and that the defendant knowingly and intentionally participated in the commission of it, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant of that charge. The mere presence of the defendant at the scene of a crime without more does not authorize a conviction. The evidence must show that the defendant committed the crime or participated in its commission. For malice murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to bring murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred, rather is the unlawful intent to kill. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with a deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be a significant provocation, and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder, regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act or killing, and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. Premeditation typically means a prior decision or plan to do something. Premeditation is not an element of murder and does not need to be proved by the state for you to find malice aforethought. However, in determining whether malice existed at the time of the killing, you may consider any evidence of premeditation or lack of it. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person by committing a felony. The state does not have to show that the defendant acted with malice to prove felony murder. Aggravated assault is a felony. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder if you believe that she caused the death of another person by committing the felony of aggravated assault, regardless of whether she intended the death to occur. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. Felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time as or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, regardless of when the death ultimately occurred. When a defendant unlawfully injures another person, you may find that the injury caused the other person's death only if the state proved that the injury was itself the cause of death, or directly and significantly contributed to the cause of death, or significantly sped up the death, even though the death would have eventually occurred anyway. A person commits an assault when that person attempts to commit a violent injury to the person of another. For aggravated assault, the state must prove that the defendant assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person. A firearm, when used in the way a firearm is ordinarily used, is a deadly weapon. For concealing the death of another, the state must prove that the defendant concealed the death of another person, which hindered the discovery of whether that person was unlawfully killed. A person commits the offense of false statements when that person knowingly and willfully falsifies, conceals, or covers up by any trick, scheme, or device a material fact, makes a false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or representation, or makes or uses any false writing or document, knowing the same to contain any false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or entry in any manner within the jurisdiction of any department or agency of state government, or of the government of any county, city, or other political subdivision of this state. The law provides that criminal action shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in Cherokee County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in this indictment, just as any other element of the offenses. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence, or both. All right, you'll be provided a verdict form for each offense the defendant is charged with committing. Each count is to be considered separately. For each count and For each count on the verdict form, if after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant in Cherokee County, Georgia, did commit the offenses on the date of the indictment, you will be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. For each count on the verdict form, if you do not believe that the defendant is guilty, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it will be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. As I mentioned, you'll be given a verdict form. This is the verdict form. It has each of the counts charged in the indictment on the verdict form, and there is a box, guilty or not guilty. Circle or check one only for each charge. And then at the bottom is a place for the four-person signature. If you'll also put your name below the signature line and date it. I think there's some pens back there. Make sure you have a pen if you're the foreman and you're filling out the verdict form. I had a few juries do it with the pencils that we provided you, and I decided that was probably not a good idea. By no ruling or comment or action that the court has made during the progress of this trial, nor any ruling in any pretrial hearing, has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of the defendant. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence, according to the laws given you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively, without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. You are only concerned with the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to select one of your number to act as foreperson. That person will preside over your deliberations and will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind. Consult with one another and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never surrender an honest opinion in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors about this case. You are also not permitted to conduct any research about this case, including persons or places or legal concepts mentioned during the trial. These rules apply not only to in-person communication, but also to communications or research using cell phones, text messaging, websites, blogs, or social media of any kind. As I instructed y'all before, y'all will take your device, the bailiffs will take up your devices and put them in a box, and they will be in the hallway during the course of your deliberations. We will take a short break while we gather everything up to present to you to take out to the jury room. During that period of time, y'all have an opportunity to call home. Again, you can tell them that y'all are starting your deliberations, that they will hear from you at the end of the day when y'all break or when y'all reach a verdict. I will give you additional instructions when we break for the day if y'all decide to come back and deliberate tomorrow. I've had jurors in the same situation as you who have decided after 6 hours of closing argument and instructions from the court that y'all are done and want to come back and start fresh in the morning. If that is what y'all want to do, that is perfectly fine. If y'all want to stay here till 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock or 2:30, as I told y'all I had a jury do, y'all are welcome to do that. If y'all stay late, we'll order some food for you if y'all choose to do that. I've also had folks that have been deliberating for some period of time who decide that they want to get away from each other, go off-site, have dinner on their own, and then come back and kind of refresh. Again, I will leave that up to y'all's decision, and how you want to deliberate, I will, for the most part, leave up to you. There is a lot of evidence in this case. The attorneys and I have gone through it, made sure that y'all have everything you're supposed to have. Do we have a list of the exhibits for them? All right. There's a list to help guide you through all the evidence as best we can. For, I think, all of the photographs, there are hard copy printouts of the photographs, so you don't have to ask to see those again. If you want to see videos or hear recordings, despite my technological prowess, I have been trying to come up with a way for y'all to view digital evidence in the back. Nobody else other than me trusts that process, and so therefore we haven't done it yet. That is still something I intend to do before I retire. But for now, if y'all need to review any digital evidence, you will have to request it in writing, and you will come back in here, and we will put it on the screen or put it on the audio. Along with that, if you have any questions, you can, again, through your foreman, you will give me those questions in writing to the bailiff. I will do my best to answer those questions as best as I can. You may not like my answers. For any communication between you and the court, it has to be in writing through the bailiff. Now, I will probably, if y'all are here this evening around 6:30, I will ask the bailiff to check in on y'all and see if y'all want to stick around for a little bit longer and whether you want us to order you dinner. That will be the extent of the conversations that I have with you through the bailiff will be really tiny. Any communication to me needs to be in writing from you. If you have requests, put them in writing, make a list. Let me explain to you what that process will look like. It will take, the district attorneys are going to go upstairs to their office. The defense attorneys have a conference room out front. They're going to be there. The DAs are going to be up there. I'm going to be in the back, and the folks in the courtroom are going to kind of scatter. When y'all send me a question, I have to notify the attorneys. I've also told the media I will inform them so that they can cover that part of the proceeding. It's going to take 15 or 20 minutes for me to gather everybody up. Maybe a little shorter than that, but it will take 15 or 20 minutes before I can respond to you because I will have to discuss with the lawyers what we are going to tell you or show you or get it pulled up on the screen. Therefore, I suggest that if you have any requests or any questions, that you give me more than one if you have more than one thing you want to look at or think about or ask questions about. Again, you may not like my responses. I will tell you this because this is generally a question that I get. We want to see X, Y, or Z evidence. That was not admitted during the trial. The evidence is closed. There will be no other evidence that you will receive other than what you've been given. The only thing that you have that you don't know about is we took the video that the media recorded while we did the run-through of the jury view. If you want to see that video, that is an exhibit that y'all have not been presented. But we have agreed that y'all can view that, and that is part of the evidence. And if you would like to rewatch the lawyers and I walking through the jury view, y'all are welcome to request that. It will take a few minutes for us to discuss what we're going to present to y'all. Then y'all will come back out, and we'll go over that. I will generally give you an opportunity, especially if you're wanting to see other evidence, to huddle up and talk to each other real quick and see if there's something else you want to see. The recordings are lengthy. If there's a specific portion of a specific recording that you want to hear, and you know one of you took notes and know about whichever part y'all want to listen to, give us that information as best you can, and we will attempt to find it. We will try to figure out what you're asking for. We will play it for you, and then we will ask you if that is in fact what you wanted us to play for you. If it's not, then we will try to find it. Y'all understand that process? All right. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous. That is agreed to by all. The verdict must be in writing and signed by one of your members as foreperson, dated, and returned to be published in open court. Georgia law does not provide for the alternate jurors to sit in on the deliberations of the jury. In a few minutes, we will bring the alternates back. We will identify which one of you are the alternates, bring y'all back in here, and I will give you additional instructions. Based upon the length of this case and how long I anticipate y'all may take in your deliberations, the alternate jurors will not be, y'all will still be on call and still be on the jury and will not be able to work, etc. I will give y'all more instructions about that. If an alternate juror is needed, deliberations actually begin anew, and y'all essentially start back over with an alternate. As I've indicated to y'all, once the case is yours, you'll be in control of when you will deliberate and when you won't. Once you go back to the jury room, I'll ask you to turn off your devices, not to turn them back on until your verdict is presented. If I intend to take a recess for lunch, if we take a break, I will let y'all know that we're taking a break. I know the lawyers are probably tired, but they took a bite to eat. They have sandwiches or whatever back in their offices, and so we are not going to take a longer lunch break. We're going to be on call while y'all are working this afternoon.
They have sandwiches in their offices?
If y'all need to take a short walk down the hall, that's fine. You don't have to let me know that. If y'all want to take a break and go off site, then y'all need to ask for us to be able to do that. If a group of y'all want to go downstairs in the short period of time after I send y'all out, that would be a good time if someone wants to go downstairs and get a Coke. Someone needs to go take a smoke break. I will give y'all 15 minutes or so to take a short break before y'all begin your deliberations. During that time, we will try to get the alternate jurors back in here quickly. So don't go anywhere until I tell y'all to. We'll bring the alternates back in. I'll give them some instructions on what they will do for the rest of the day and the rest of your deliberations. In order for y'all to deliberate, the following things must occur. There must only be 12 of you. You all must be in the jury room. You must have all of the evidence, which includes the indictment, the stipulations, and the verdict form. Unless all of those things are present, you may not discuss the case whatsoever. So if one of you goes to the bathroom, y'all stop talking. If one of you goes down and has a smoke break, y'all don't talk about the case. Until all the evidence is gathered and presented to you outside, y'all don't discuss the case. Do not touch these once you turn them off. During the break, you can call home. I've given you that instruction, but I'm telling you again. If there is something you need, ask for it in writing from the bailiff. I have a calculator up here. We have a large writing pad if you want that. If you want the easel, the writing pad, some markers, I'm going to send those out for you anyway. But if there's anything else like that you want, ask for it. Don't try to obtain it on your own. All right? With that, y'all step out in the hallway for a moment. You can make your phone calls. We'll identify the alternates and bring them back in here.
This was on my desk.
You had it.
I did have it.
I told you it was up here.
Would you like to
I knew I'd lost it somewhere.
Are Or do you want us to keep it
All right. So while they're doing that, we're going to slow it down just a tiny bit because we're just about caught up to everything. Speed normal. He's going to sound like he's drugged. Sorry, Judge. Did you dirty twice today? Ooh, thank you. My wife made me some
All right.
fried rice from scratch, I think, in the microwave.
Our alternate jurors are 91.
He's listing the numbers. Guess he's not going to tell us. They're muted right now. Let's see. I was going to tell you something about the bullets. Yes, I was. Here's what I've got. We know that one bullet shot but did not entered but did not exit his body. I will posit to you, I think I used that word correctly, that the bullet entered from the back and not from the front. And I say it for this reason. A 38 special round has significant stopping power. Okay, it's not as much as a 357, but it's significant. It would not stop after only hitting the fleshy area between the ribs. That cannot stop a bullet. It would have to hit something else prior to that before it could get there. The bullet was not deformed enough to show that it hit anything else. I would argue that all the evidence shows that bullet entered a different part of his body and nearly exited, but stopped right there. So it was on its way out and then stopped. If that bullet went through his body and almost exited, and another round was fired with the same caliber, of the same powder charge, of the same grain, through his body as well, it is not unreasonable to think that it might have a similar path of travel through similar objects, parts of the body. And what if that one went through and basically were trapped inside his clothing and fell out when she was moving him? So we've got one bullet that goes all the way through and one that stays inside. It was facing towards the body, but the bullet, they also testified that it could tumble, which is very real. So it would make perfect sense. We've seen trials where there was a bullet trapped inside the clothing. The victim had been shot, and there was a bullet inside the clothing that fell out when they moved the victim. And I think that's what happened. That's why there was one on the ground. It had the DNA on it, that it went through him. Now, there was not any evidence aside from what they brought in about the video that we heard, with Gary saying, "Yeah, I think I'm going to be feeling sick because she made this plate for me and she's all mad and threw the plate and everything," basically saying, "I think I'm going to be poisoned." I think. Let me first check and see if we're live. I think we're live right now, right? Yep. There's been nothing, so we're live. This is live right now. I think poisoning is something that likely occurred. And I think that would probably have been what killed him. If he was poisoned and then shot, but the poisoning killed him, his body would not bleed very much. There would not be a lot of blood coming out because the heart is not pumping. When the heart is pumping, gunshot wounds tend to bleed quite prolifically. It sounds like reasonable doubt, says Mrs. R.A. What got me was the cleaning supplies. A lot of cleaning supplies and lots of different detergents, multiple bottles of bleach at the Walmart murder aisle. And then some beans and some other things. Oh yeah, just a regular shopping list. Headed to the Walmart. Bought bleach that morning. It smelled like bleach, candle burning. That got me. That put me over the edge. The state doesn't have to prove how the bullet shot him. The ME found that it was murder. Second ME said he couldn't rule that it was murder because he didn't know exactly how they died. I think a reasonable person can say it was murder. But and without saying anything, we have reason to believe. I won't go more into this. We have reason to believe that the judge was not offended by our little counter. And yes, he did watch. We have reason to believe that on both counts. Let's see. Was the bleach brought in as actual evidence? Yes. Yes, it was shown.
Call
hey, Mrs.
from
O'Reilly.
Ricky Watson.
To accept, press 1.
Hey, Ricky, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing pretty well. We're in verdict watch, and I have to say we're about 30 minutes into it by my count, by 25 minutes into it.
About 20. Oh, okay. Well, I was outside for a bit, so I kind of missed that part. But at any rate, let's go back to her calling Scott and telling him that the horses were out,
The horses got out, and there was one horse, and there was two, and then the third one got out.
But I know there for a bit you said wasn't the gate open, but I never heard her say that she rode the fence to make sure they didn't go through the fence if something was chasing them. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, you understand what riding fence means and everything like that. If an animal gets out looking for where the hole is, she apparently didn't have that part of the story figured out because she didn't know which gate was open, didn't know how they got out, didn't seem to bother to look.
Right,
sort of strange.
That story right yonder just kind of flopped me around right there.
Yeah.
because all she told Scott was, the horses are out, but I got them back in, but she never did say she rode fence. And if y'all don't know what riding fence is if you're on the RTV or the golf deal, I mean, you ride that fence around there to make sure that something didn't spook them and they run through that darn fence.
Yeah.
But anyway, that just kind of blew my mind right yonder.
Yeah. There are a couple things that are not adding up. I will say both the prosecution and defense did a really good job on closings. I like to make fun of the unconventional exhibit that defense did with the bags of fertilizer or salt or whatever it was. But I think both did a stellar job.
Yeah. And what I didn't like about that part is he didn't have to slam them down so darn hard.
The first one really got me. I had to turn on the limiter. I didn't realize I didn't have that on since everything reset. But I quieted the next ones down so it wasn't so loud. But it was for impact, and I understand why he did it.
Yes.
Yep.
Well,
Thank you, Ricky. It's always good talking to you.
Oh yes, sir. Y'all have a good evening, and hello to everybody on here.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you,
All
Ricky.
right.
Talk to you later.
You bet. Bye.
All right. I showed you the receipt briefly. We were talking about the receipt. This is an excerpt from the receipt. This was State's Exhibit Hayes 5, so it came in through Detective Hayes, and it shows that these line items: Ivory Ultra, Dawn UL, Gain Life or Gain LFE, Clorox Liquid Bleach. She's also got Clorox Ultra, Cascade Gel, AH Oxy 145, Gain Liquid. She's buying a lot of detergents all at the same time, and some of them are used for the same thing. So this, I think she was trying to clean up and just didn't want to go in there and have like 5 bottles of bleach. Right? You don't want to go in and have I need all the bleach on the murder aisle because I've got a big mess to clean up. So she bought lots of little ones and multiples of them. Maybe it was for the barn or the chicken coop. I don't think you'd use those chemicals around your chickens. Not at all. But she was a clean freak. I don't know. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying the clean freak as the reason. Sweet Relish, Corel, those are Band-Aids, right? Must admit that the rest of those items are all in the same aisle. Yeah, the beans, the Bandwich, not the Bandwich, the Manwich, the beans, butter beans. That's a bunch of stuff. Relish. She grabbed a bunch on one aisle and then grabbed the cleaning stuff. It's a lot of beans. Did she drain the beans? We'll never know. We'll never know. We're not seeing the whole receipt. There was more. I wish they'd show us the whole thing. What's the date on the receipt? This was July 4th. The morning of July 4th, when she went to Walmart and never told anybody about it. And said, I didn't do anything, didn't spend any money, nothing. Well, she went to Walmart and spent $430. Subtotal, $430.26 plus tax. Does Georgia have tax on all that? It was on the 5th. The 5th when she went, right before she went to the lake, right? This was the morning before she showed up at the lake. He was found when? He was found on the 5th. Yeah, that's not hard to do at Walmart. Yeah, pretty much anytime you go out and just buy your regular groceries for the week, you can easily rack up a huge bill. It's like 10 things, says Nikki. 10 things. I'll get you there. What's funny is she buys 2 containers of bleach. Let's see, Clorox Ultra, Clorox Liquid. Cascade is usually Cascade Gel, I believe, is dishwasher stuff. So cleaning dishes. Ivory Ultra. That's generally, I believe that's laundry detergent. Dawn can be dishes or laundry detergent, I guess. Gain is laundry detergent. But then she got 1 can of pork and beans, 1 can of butter beans, 1 can of kidney beans, 1 can of Manwich, SC milk, one, another can of pork beans, another can of butter beans, sweet relish. Curel, is that hand sanitizer? It might be. It might be. Mrs. Ari, do you want to chime in?
I have nothing to add. I haven't watched it. Oh, I will. Yeah, I guess I do have something to add.
Okay, hang on 1 second. You have to wear headphones.
Oh, I can't wear headphones. I'm eating. How come I always have to wear headphones?
Because if somebody else talks, like the judge starts talking, I'd like you to be able to hear.
Oh, I can't ever hear
You can't hear that anyway, can you?
Yeah, no. So
you can hear callers this way.
Yeah, that's true. I have not. I've not watched this at all. I have like no idea. Just barely scratching the surface of the basic what happened here. But listening to the closing arguments, I did not like the presentation of that lady. I don't know her name. The lawyer who was a lady. She the prosecutor? She was bossy. Do this, do that. Find this, do that. I was like, stop telling them what to do. They get to choose what they're going to do. And she said, if you don't do it my way, then you're just wrong. Basically, I was like, this is not an awesome, gentle approach, I guess. I don't know. It rubbed me wrong. I was like, stop telling them what to do. I can't see you at all, Scott. Now all I can see is a laptop that's blocking your entire head.
I can turn it sideways and sort of look around it. It's like we're having lunch together. We both have a plate of
dinner.
Fried rice.
Oh, do you know what? I can't hear me, so maybe they can't either. Or maybe just I can't. I don't know.
I didn't plug in your headphones.
Okay.
I made you wear them, but they're not plugged in.
They don't work. I thought it was so early. I went and looked at the clock. I was like, oh my goodness, it's like 4 o'clock. And no, it's way after that because our power went off.
Yeah, time spent when the power's off can't be counted against us. All right, we're back on verdict watch. So let me jump back to here. The judges said they can go as late as they want. My timer shows they've been going for about 35 minutes. And they need to either do it really quickly or just call it a night. Because we have, at 6 o'clock, we have to be at a trunk or treat.
Do you think she's guilty? Sorry,
I do.
Got food in my mouth.
Yeah, I do. I'm there now.
Okay, so having not been watching at all, what made you get there? Because from the very beginning, like I just know a little bit from the beginning and then a little bit from the very end. And the beginning was like, we think she did it and there's no evidence. I was like, excellent. So I'm just curious, what evidence came into play that convinced you?
Yeah, the rice was stuck
Happy
in my
Halloween, Miss R.A. and Little Man.
Thank you. Little Man.
Donnie.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? All right, we did good. I just want to say you did great. I'm glad that you married to a nice little man, and I hope the next case is just as exciting as this. Little man forever.
Guess whose name's going on the blocked number list?
There were some sour grapes there. The little man in the corner. He was a little bitter.
I think she did do it without help, Jackie. I think the one person she might have asked for help would have been Rusty, and Rusty was not there. I don't think she could trust her kids to be like in on it. She dragged it. She moved it.
Adrenaline?
Yeah. And she's fit. When you see her walking past the game camera, her legs are more ripped than mine are. And I've got some. I don't mean to brag here, but I've got some serious calf muscles. This lady, it was like the poster child for CrossFit.
You think she could have done it?
I think so. She works on the farm. She's like, I bet she could throw a bale of hay farther than I could.
It's called.
What?
I was going to correct you, but I'm not going to. It's fine. Sorry. Good job. It's called throwing bales. That's what we call it.
That's what I said. Throw a bale of hay.
I know. We call it bucking them.
Bucking bales?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was bucking horses.
Also a phrase. That's true.
Okay. Anyway, I think she did it without help. I think she dragged him out, and I think she cleaned it up. I think she used a tarp, and for the most part, prevented anything from...
What? She used a tarp?
I think she used a tarp.
Here, honey, stand over this tarp?
No, I think she rolled him onto a tarp upstairs and dragged him down the stairs. That explains the blood going down the stairs and across on the hall. It explains the bullet because it fell out of his clothing or something and rolled under the chair. She never thought she had to clean up there. That's why she didn't find it. It wasn't that she was cleaned up a pool of blood and left the bullet. It's that there was nothing to clean up down there, she thought.
Call from
Angela.
Angela, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Hey, Miss R.A. and Mr. R.A.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. I'm on my way home. I just want to chime in what I think she's guilty, and I think the state did it. Sorry if anyone thinks otherwise. For me, it was the phone calls and the gun. How she used Martha Jane to get a hold of the gun.
Okay.
I did find Martha Jane credible, and it's not just because she was watching us, but she seems like she was a credible witness with enough evidence. The defense, if they seriously doubted that she ever owned that 38, she said, "I've got people know." People know that I own that 38. They'd be able to testify. They didn't want to call anybody. The judge would have let him. This is new evidence in the middle of the trial. Of course, he would have said, yeah, you can add new witnesses. Yeah. They did not want to call the friend that she told her 38 was missing, because that would be even worse for them.
Yeah.
And the fact they didn't do it, to me, solidifies that the evidence is valid.
Yeah, and I don't know the gun law in Georgia, but it may very well be.
Pretty much is hold it tight and aim where you want. That's the gun law.
No, not that kind of, not that kind of law. The kind of
Angela,
law.
Isn't he difficult?
Sorry, what?
He can be difficult sometimes.
Not that kind of law. I meant the kind of law owning the gun. That kind of law. Did her husband had to register it? Wrong state. I meant Tennessee, not Georgia.
I can tell you what. Judges come in. I can tell you what the gun law is in Georgia. It begins with "Thou shalt own a gun." Thou shalt own a gun. Almost everyone has one.
Okay. Yeah, now I understand what you mean, because, yeah. Okay, if Judge is back, okay, talk to you later. Well, bye.
All right, see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I don't know why the judge is back, but he is.
He just disappeared.
We've switched to the I'm late for a very important date clock, from Alice in Wonderland. This is the stopwatch the rabbit carries around. Convince me I'm wrong. Isn't that?
It doesn't have the thing on the top.
Well, it could. You can see the little tiny piece on the very top.
Okay. All right. Reasonable doubt.
Right now, I do not have a way to put my timer on the screen. But we're at 40 minutes on the verdict clock.
Call from
Debbie Cook.
Hey, Debbie. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to tell Jen what sealed it for me.
Let's hear it.
Because from the beginning, I said there's no way this little woman moved this body.
Okay.
And there's not been like direct evidence to show when she did it, how she did it. But they don't have to prove that. They have circumstantial evidence that she did it. The phone calls she said in her own voice, I heard her say, the body wasn't supposed to be that messed up or that burned up or whatever. Why are you going to
She
say
said
that if you didn't? Yeah.
Whoa.
Why are you going to say that if you don't have knowledge that he's being burned up?
Yeah, that is incriminating.
That alone, well, not just that, but then she told Rusty on the 3rd that he's on the burn pit. Nobody knew he was missing yet.
That's at 2:00 in the morning.
And he said, don't say anything else. I don't need to know anything else. Then he changed his story to know, she told me that on the 5th after they found him. Well, if he told her that on the 5th, why would he say, don't say anything else? I don't need to know anything else. That doesn't make any sense.
His story falls apart when he tries to recant.
Yeah. So that's why I changed my mind.
Okay, that's good to know. This is really fascinating for me because I really don't know anything about this case. So it's interesting to hear people's high points.
I don't think they need to prove how she got him there because it's obvious. And then telling people, you know, like she told Rusty in one of the calls, she said, take me off of speaker. I don't know how she knew that he had her on speakerphone, but she says, take me off speakerphone. And then when he did, she said, call Amanda and tell her not to say a word to anyone.
Why?
So
I'm all lost in the relationships thing. Why would she say that? What does she think that Amanda knows that should be kept quiet?
I have no idea, but it's enough to make me think she knows something. So it's just all the phone calls. And then they have the little code thing that they talk in.
All?
They have code words. Yeah. Weird code words.
Like Smurf.
It
seems it works for everything.
Forward.
Yeah, it's weird.
Debbie, thank you for that.
That's enough to make me think.
Okay.
You're welcome.
That's good to know.
Good info there.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll
Bye, y'all.
catch you again.
Talk to you later.
See ya.
Bye. Karate Cat Mom says, did you hear the judge give a rule to the people in TV land? No. Immediately after Sate's final close, right after you started to speed up. Right after I started to speed up?
He can't give us a rule.
He did, apparently.
I'm saying he has no right.
Let me listen. We're going to jump back to right after I started to speed up. Let's see. Here we go.
To not stay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Melody Walker Farris. Due to the length of this charge, I am attempting to have it in writing and have you read along with it.
I didn't hear anything about a rule in TV land.
I did. He said, watch Recovery Addict. That's what I heard.
I can show you something, Jen, but I can't have you say anything on the air. Is that okay?
I'm super good at not saying anything. No, I am. I'm getting better. The older I get, the more I'm like, I just forgot about it.
Okay. Don't read any of that out loud.
Okay.
Sorry.
Somebody's calling right now.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay.
We'll skip.
Oh my gosh!
Skip
if
the
only
call
we
for a minute.
both had phones.
I know. Wouldn't that be cool? I think in some worlds, wives do carry phones as well. Go back a little more. I'll have to re-import it because I skipped it. So now you click that. Before the audience was dismissed at the break. Can you just tell me what it was? Because I cannot find it right now. Without sort of stopping our live feed, and it looks like something's happening. I want to see what's happening here. All, Kathy. This is live in the courtroom now. Yes, this is live in the courtroom. We're waiting for audio, but the judge came back in. Yeah, I have my phone back. Court has a question.
The court has a question?
Well,
let me make sure that I think I know what y'all are asking that I think you're wanting, which is all the boards and the piece of paper. Is that correct? Okay. Now, some of those were not introduced as evidence and are just demonstrative of the testimony However, the lawyers have all agreed that if it will help y'all, that they don't have a problem with sending out to you. So we're going to send each of those out to you. Ms. Frankish is putting exhibit stickers on them so that we can refer to them. But y'all have asked for the family tree, the interview dates, and the aerial shots of the photos. So that's all the things that have been on the board all trial, right? And y'all aren't asking to watch a flyover or anything of the property at this point. Okay. All right. I also understand that y'all want to break at 5 o'clock. I'm not going to bring y'all back in here in 10 minutes to then dismiss you for the day. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give y'all the instructions for when y'all want to be dismissed, and y'all can be dismissed between now and 5 o'clock whenever y'all decide to leave. Okay? So if y'all want to go in the back and then leave, that's fine. If y'all want to go back and talk for another 10, 15 minutes and then leave, that's fine as well. Everything that I have told, we are at the most critical stage of this trial in which y'all have the case. Everything that I've told you thus far, do not talk to anyone about the case, look up anything about the case, Google anything about the case. Y'all will get your phones back. We're not going to keep them from you for the rest of the week, so y'all can have them. But when you come back tomorrow, please make sure you give them to the bailiffs and turn them off. We will not do anything in the morning to ramp back up. Do y'all want to start at 9 o'clock? Do you want to start at 8:30? Y'all want to start at 10? 9 o'clock. We're still going to, until, I guess we need to keep, we can get rid of 4 of the cones, I guess. But we will still have parking assigned for y'all, which, if y'all saw how bad it was Monday, was a good thing. So we'll still have parking for y'all. Someone asked the bailiffs about lunch. We don't typically do lunches while y'all are deliberating. I usually do it the first day, like today. I expect that by lunchtime tomorrow, y'all probably want to go get some fresh air and go away. Y'all are welcome to eat lunch together. Y'all are welcome to go about your own business. But what's the rule while y'all are outside of the jury room eating lunch? There you go. Fantastic. All right. We will take your devices up in the morning. The bailiffs will be waiting for you just like they have been throughout the trial. Someone will be at the end of the hallway. Again, y'all all show up. When you're all here, then y'all can begin deliberating. All right? So any questions about any of that or what your responsibilities are going forward? Just important notice on, I guess, the parking, not parking garage side, but the ground level side. There was media out there filming. So.
All right. So, well, y'all going to be coming and going from the building since y'all have parking here. So y'all be going out the back door. So y'all shouldn't have anything to worry about. But they may be talking to some folks outside. I've asked them as best they can to do that in front of the building instead of the back of the building. All right. With that, we're going to give those exhibits. Yes, if you go ahead, Ms. Frankish.
Farris 11, which is the aerial of the house with the red pin in it. Case 60 with the black push pin in it. And then case 59, which is the Lakeview aerial. States demonstrative 1, the family tree, and states demonstrative 2, Rusty Barton interview dates.
No objection.
All right. We'll send those out to you. And again, y'all can... We sent the calendar out with the first one because there's a smaller version of the calendar.
We can give them.
Oh yeah, do y'all want the big one? We'll give you the big one too. All right. All right. With that, y'all can be excused back to the jury room. Again, when y'all decide to break for the afternoon, then y'all can just leave. All right? Thank you.
All right. So I was able to finish my dinner in that time. The jury is done. Well, they might be done. They've deliberated roughly about an hour tonight and said, we want to call it quits at 5 p.m. We'll be back again tomorrow, but we want all your signs, all your billboards, all your posters.
So, Mr. Roberts, now you decide to join us.
For the fun part.
Right.
Mr. Roberts, isn't he the recorder? All right, so they're done. We're done. We are done for tonight. Let's see, one more call here.
Call from.
Right. We're done. We are done for tonight.
Hey, can you turn your volume off and then say your name again?
Yeah, Wayne Gilbert.
Hey, Wayne, how are you doing?
Good. I'm doing good. Hey, I got a real quick question.
Yeah.
And then I'll leave you. During the power outage, when you had the power outage, were you able to see when the defense was talking about you, had his picture in his hand? And he
I didn't
talked
see it
about
till
you
after.
quite a bit.
We did go back and watch
so I
it.
was just wondering if you could view that for us and show us your opinion, your reaction to that.
If you rewind on this stream back to the beginning, we did rewatch it. It was the first time for me. You guys had all seen it before, and it was a surprise. But yeah, apparently I live rent free in his head, and I think that's funny. The fact that he saved that to the end and he just went off on me.
Yeah, he did go off, man.
And he's like, yeah, this little guy in the corners because he's got a YouTube channel. It's like, why are you attacking me? Because this is curious. Because what did I do? I said, I think this is what happened.
Yeah,
And
I thought that
Jane-
was a little immature. That was immature on his part, attacking you. Like, like what did you do with it? You know,
I think he's attacking me because he can't attack the evidence.
Or Martha Jane.
Jane. And it's really bad for their case. And that ticks him off because he's prepared for years for this. And at the last minute, some little guy in the corner with a YouTube channel threw a wrench in his works that he can't deal with.
Wow.
So
Yeah, that is interesting because as he was talking about it, he was like, I've waited 6 years to talk about this gun. And then he lays out all the information that he has about the gun, and none of it deals with Martha Jane announcing at the last second. And, he had to be like, "Ugh, you messed up my PDF.
Yeah. So that was really funny to me. I have to laugh. I don't give him.
Oh yeah.
I'm not upset with him at all. I mean he has a job to do and he's doing it very well.
Yeah.
I think.
And I know you don't know me, but I've been watching you almost since you started. I just don't really interact that much. But you're the type of guy that seems to be very careful what he does, what he says. You don't want to.
I make a lot of mistakes, and I've learned from some of them.
No.
I'm
I
still
know you
learning
do,
from
but
them,
when it comes to major things, you don't want to get your YouTube channel tapped or anything like that.
don't.
You know what I mean?
I try not to be about the drama and everything else. I love courts. I love the law. I love transparency. I love media access and everything else. So I am a little bit careful. There are things I probably could show, but I don't. I still have a lot to, I made a commitment today to do better on our counters, to not do any counters of people that would be
I saw
to
that. I saw that you did that. Mm-hmm.
And that's the second time I've made that promise, so I have to keep that.
It's time.
Oh, well, I know you're a good guy. You don't want to hurt people's feelings. I know.
Well, I now know that it didn't hurt anyone's feelings.
Yeah, and that's good.
Yeah, I saw that in one of the comments that was you that said that. Yeah. You had said you have some sources believing that the judge may not have been offended.
Right. We have not talked to the judge, but I have.
Sources.
I have information that would lead me to believe that he's not offended. So.
Yeah. Hey, one more thing. I just wanted to tell you, and then I'll hang up. The reason I started watching you a couple years ago, you had the stature, the knowledge, computer savvy, and all that kind of stuff. You remind me so much of my younger brother who passed away a couple years ago. Oh. You even have sort of his look and his stature.
I'm sorry
the way
for your
you
younger
do
brother.
things. No, but you keep him alive. You know what I mean?
Awesome.
And that's the reason why I started watching you.
I like that. That's awesome.
That's really cool. I have a few more buttons now than I did.
God bless you and Mrs. R.A. and much more success on your channel. God bless you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Call from.
I don't know who that guy was, but I like him.
Oh, Melissa just hung up.
Poor Melissa.
I was pushing the accept button and Melissa hung up. Was that Wayne? Mm-hmm. It was Wayne. Thanks for the kind words, Wayne. Yeah, he's been a long-time listener, lurker, which is okay. Lurkers are okay. But it's good to put a voice to the name, though. That's really cool.
Yeah.
I like Mrs. R.A.'s voice. Me too, Wogger. Me too. I liked it so much I married her.
Yeah, that's why? It's good to know.
That's one of the reasons. Other things as well. Sorry. Why are you looking at me with wide eyes?
Call from Lego.
Lego, my briefs. How are you doing?
Good. Just two very, very quick points I want to make. One is, you don't want to be too careful because that's what sleuthing is all about. That's what we're doing. We're bantering about evidence, and it worked. You know what I mean? There was this case in Canada where this woman had, I think she was an American actually, who had seen videos go viral about someone hurting kittens, and people will probably remember
I don't
it.
want to watch those videos.
No, of course not.
I thought you said she was hurting them. I'm like literally picturing somebody trying to herd cats.
She had seen like viral videos of this person who was hurting cats.
Oh.
And so she started to study him.
HURT or HERD?
Oh, HURT.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
that's bad.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah. So anyway, she started to investigate, and it turns out that the person who was doing it was actually wanted for murder in Canada, and she solved the case.
Ooh.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Anyway, my second thing, very quickly, is the judge is not supposed to do any investigation on his own. He's not supposed to look at media. He is supposed to be biased as the jury. The evidence that's being presented is supposed to be new to him too. And so either somebody told him about you or he broke a rule.
They told him.
I think he.
Okay.
There was a motion a couple days before it was first brought up in court, and they fought over it outside of the presence of the jury. So he knew about that. So he probably had to. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm guessing he probably had to watch part of it to see what they're pointing at, to see if there was a problem.
No, I'm talking about him knowing that we were counting his
Yeah, somebody probably told him. I think because I don't think he was watching our channel. I think.
No, I don't either. I know the attention became something that he might have been curious about, and I believe somebody probably told him who was it. But you know what? That's what makes this channel so unique, because we're not like, this channel is like, I love the way it started. I wish everybody could remember when there was only like 3,000 of us.
I remember when it was way less.
I remember when there were 13.
Way less. I remember all the celebrations of just making it another 50 people. But that's what makes it so good, is because all the other channels are not the same genre at all. The fun, the innocence, the play, I don't know. I just don't think that we should change. Okay, maybe not, ask for a counting of how many times someone picks their nose, but her glass is going, her glass is going up and down on her forehead.
But
was hilarious.
if it's how many times everybody picks their nose, I'm good with that. Okay? I just don't want to single out one person anymore.
I know. I hear you. Yeah. All right. Anyways, that's the only thing I wanted to. Don't lose what makes you special.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Agreed. I think that it's entirely possible for Scott to still be Scott and still own all of this, and maybe
absolutely,
poke fun a little less.
Yeah. Never shy into the corner, because that's what makes.
I'm the little guy in the corner.
Yeah, you are the guy in the corner.
We're gonna make something merch-wise.
What would be merch for that, though? I can't think of anything that lends itself to that.
Why are we getting?
Well, I think we need a keychain of you.
Being the little guy in the corner.
We have a little guy in our pocket and a little guy hanging from our rear view mirror.
I was thinking like a decal sticker that you could put on a picture, and it would be just the man and the little guy in the corner.
It could be.
maybe a coffee mug or something.
Oh, stick it on the back of your phone. For those of you who have those.
Yep. Lego,
all
thank
right,
you very
have
much.
a lovely night.
You too.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
Bye.
See ya.
Call from
Melissa.
Melissa, I got you this time. Don't hang up. Hang on, I have to say, Adam posted this. He said, "This channel brings trials to us and us to the trials," which I thought was really clever.
Very witty.
Mr. and Mrs. R.A. Nice to hear you.
Yep. Likewise. What's on your mind?
I really had a problem with them smearing you. I mean,
me too.
What the F? Come on. I'm not going to cuss, but
here's what I'll say.
Why would, I guess in one way you could feel Like you were a star?
I don't want to be that kind of star. I really don't.
Because they named you?
Yeah.
But I mean, why? Why you? Why?
Well,
was it all about the lady with a gun reference? I mean,
yes, that was it. The whole reason they want to
when I
discredit
called you
me.
last night, I told you that was my defining end.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay.
They can't really attack Martha Jane. Martha Jane is a sweet old lady who everybody wishes was her grandma. Their grandma.
And she is not lying. That woman is not lying.
She doesn't have a dishonest bone in her body.
Well,
she
does not.
She made some poor choices. She didn't tell about this, and
she just had a different value system. She was like, I will.
I agree. But I think also that was her stepson. She was the mother that Melody didn't have, and she was just thinking, nobody ever asked me, so should I say it? And then I guess she watched her stepson in court and said, okay, that's it.
well, what happened? She was watching her stepson testify in court on our channel, and that's when I said, I think I know where they're going. They're going to say that Melody stole the gun from Martha Jane, stole the .38 from Martha Jane, and that pierced her heart. Poor Martha Jane, because she knew that her gun had gone missing 5 years ago, about this time period, and she hadn't.
And I knew that too. I agree. But I mean, and the defense fought so hard to keep her out of there.
Because the evidence is so damaging. It's so much easier to say, Scott used to own a gun that fires this. It could be him. Now we're saying, some things went missing from Martha Jane's house when Melody was there, and she's the only one who knew where they were. And guess what? It happens to match the description of the murder weapon. That looks bad.
And that's the only gun and ammunition that left her home.
Yeah.
It
wasn't the guy who stole that gun.
God love that lady.
The guy would have stolen both guns.
I'm telling you something. I still feel like Rusty had a lot to do with this.
Oh, I think Rusty knows more than any defendant therapist should about this crime.
Yeah.
I think he has a lot of information.
I don't think he did it, but I think he helped orchestrate it. I don't know if they can come back on him or not.
I don't think they can, or I don't think they will. It's a very difficult thing to prove, something that happened in phone call conversations just based on timestamps.
Well, I'm going to be shocked. I will be totally shocked if they don't find her guilty.
Yeah.
And I was just super pissed off, excuse my language, that they dumped on you.
Yeah, I don't mind. I really don't. I have a fairly thick skin myself. I know.
I do.
But I
mean,
can't.
You're one of the good guys.
I can't.
You're one of the few good guys.
But sometimes I make fun of people. I made fun of the defense attorney for hauling out bags of manure and dropping on in the court floor or something.
That is different, though.
I thought, what is he doing here? What is he going to plant a garden?
It made me laugh. It made me laugh because I know that he's been up nights thinking about me.
I know.
and that was sort of funny to have him be in just one more thing to get off my chest. This little man in the corner with the YouTube channel. That was sort of funny.
Yeah, I know I'm losing, so this can't hurt.
Yep.
Well, you should. I love your channel, Mrs. R.A. For you to put up with him, God love you.
Yes.
I love him.
This is true.
I know you do.
Thank you all.
And I've been married 45 years. I get it.
Yep. Did you say all?
I said all. I said thank you.
Look at what you did.
All. We're in.
Oh,
One.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I take that
Have a
as
good
a
one.
compliment. You too. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have fun.
But last call right here. Last call. Here, hang on one second.
Is this the third last call?
Call from
Maybe.
Amanda H.
Ooh. Amanda, sorry, I had the volume cranked. Amanda.
Oh, hey. I just had like this epiphany listening to Melissa. So they never did explain what Melody did with the $50,000 from the home equity, right?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Rusty and Melody used that $50,000 to pay somebody to assist her on getting the body and everything out. Ready?
That maybe, but she also at that time period she moved away for a period of time. It could have been even as many as several months. So that could have just been living money.
Well, she was better than I do on $50,000 for several months.
She does. She has expensive taste, but that is enough. I said it was life-changing money. It's life-ending money. Is what
That's
50,000
more than I make in a year.
Yeah, so it's a possibility. There's no evidence to prove one way or another that way. So we just know that she took it.
I feel that's the whole thing that has me stumped is how she got the body from the house to the burn pit. That's the only part that has me stumped. I think she's guilty of sin, but I don't think she did it on her own, or because I just don't see her being able to move the body.
Yeah. Let me, Angela. One more thing. I'm going to. Your headphones are too loud.
No, just it seems really hot.
Okay, I'll fix it. Thank you very much for the call. I'm going to show before we wrap up for tonight. I'm going to show our last cameo in court one more time.
Yes, that was great. That was great.
Then we'll wrap things up. Thank you so much for the call.
All right, thank you. Y'all have a great rest of your night.
You
too.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's jump over here and play.
That might be relevant then. It only becomes relevant when a little man with a YouTube channel tells you that it's relevant. And she admitted to that. She also admitted that she was embarrassed. She was furious at this affair that she found out about, essentially on live television. Now everybody in Tullahoma knows it. She said she got to hang her head whenever she goes. Rusty destroyed the Barton name.
Yeah, I think that was the second time. That's the last time he mentioned us. The little man in the corner.
I wondered what his big beef was with YouTube, but actually I think about it in so many ways. YouTube, or making it on YouTube, is the antithesis of the track that he's chosen. That he's like, I'm going to go to school for a really, really long time. I'm going to do the traditional way, and YouTube is really not traditional. And for somebody to succeed at that, might just stick in his craw a little bit.
Okay. Here's the first one. We're watching this backwards.
And when did she say that? After, and you'll have this back there with you, after she admitted to it, after you watched this man on YouTube commenting over his testimony. And the title of this video, Did I Just Crack the Case? Because that man said, and I asked her, that's where the gun came from. The next day, she is on the phone with Captain Hands telling the story about how Melody stole her 38. There is no evidence that she ever owned a 38.
Anyway, all right. Sorry, Mr. Prosecutor. Hope you can get some rest tonight, and not worry about the little man in the corner tonight.
He's not. Is he the prosecutor?
Defense. Sorry, I call him prosecutor. Anyway, so apparently I'm an exhibit. I've got an exhibit number stuck right next to my face on a screenshot from our live stream, and it was defense. Yes, it was defense. Mr. Defense, Mr. Ray, right?
Mr. Offended.
Michael Ray, I think his name is. Did I crack the case? He said it wrong. It's not did I crack the case. It's R.A. cracked the case. That's just Teresa. No, but my title was Did I Crack the Case on the thumbnail. But I want to know what exhibit you are. We are Barton 1A or something like that. I can't remember. Anyway, it has been crazy, a crazy day. I'm so glad we have our power back on and everything's working. Fingers crossed that that's the first time. That's the longest outage I think we've had at this house since we moved here.
It's been a long time.
5 years. We've been through hurricanes and not had an outage that long.
It's pretty funny though. Scott came out and he's like, "We lost all power," and I'm reading a book. I'm like, "My book's fine."
When you hardware, not software, right? Is that what you're Anyway, we're going to be back tomorrow with Verdict Watch as this continues. We don't know how long it's going to go, but it sounds like they've probably already done a straw poll and maybe found that they don't all agree. Which is no surprise if you look at the poll results. We've been anywhere from about 56% convicting all the way up to about 82% for conviction. But if that's representative of what the jury actually feels, there are people who feel the other way and are voting to not acquit. So anything is possible here as we let this one play out and go into the record books. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make that day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. Halloween, special Halloween edition. Are you going to wear a costume, Mrs. Aria?
I don't like wearing costumes, but our kids are so excited.
Can I pick one out for you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You guys have a good night. We will see you tomorrow. We're going to take the kids to a trunk or treat tonight. We've got to go right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. Mic's off. Let's go home. See you guys. We are home. Let's go somewhere else.
Let's stop being home.
All right. See you guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Let's go home. See you guys.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.